Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. Welcome back to episode 23 of Super Duper Wetland, I think. Yeah, episode 23. Cool. Oh, always do the same thing. All right, so we are trying to get to rockets tonight. Let me just move that here. Is there game sound? Oh, I know there's no game sound because I was doing stuff. There we go. All right, so we have a little bit of a food problem to start things off. Well, not an immediate food problem, but something that is going to be maybe... Well, actually, no, we're pretty good. We have 128,000 calories of barbecue. What I was sort of referencing is I loaded up the game right from the last live stream, and I only have 5 critters here, and I only have 8 here. So we still have a lot, but I wonder if that has something to do with... No, the igneous rock is pretty good. So anyways, it's probably because this hatch farm is not connected to automation. So hopefully that replenishes itself. And yeah, let's figure itself out. Pips are awesome for food. Hey, Crazy Sammy. Crazy Sammy says first. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, Crazy Sammy. How are you tonight? Pips are awesome. I might have to transition to them at some point. Not pretty soon, but at some point, because unless my igneous rock starts to go up. I'm at 400,000 exactly, and I think that's dropping ever so slowly from the previous stream. Okay, our petroleum boiler is also working, so we have a constant flow of petroleum coming out, which we have stacked in here. This took an unusually long time to figure out for some reason in our last playthrough. So I'm happy that that's kind of functioning now. It was really annoying for some reason. The gunk just wouldn't stay in place, and the petroleum kept overriding the gunk. How are you tonight, Sammy? Glad you could join the stream. Yeah, I do have some pips, and I do have the natural tiles mods. So, I mean, I could set up arbor trees and get some wood out of them as well. I'm also looking to get some floxes, some wood with the floxes, and some glass. This is kind of an in-progress thing as well. I just told you last week why that happened. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that are happening that I just keep forgetting to address. On the gunk proof. Oh, the gunk, yeah, the gunk thing, yeah. Well, I started off with 50,000 or 50k, the amount, and then I put 20, and then once I destroyed everything, it worked. So I don't know. Regarding the gunk thing, it's just I don't think I have a good enough understanding of why that always occurs. But anyways, it's not a big deal. It's what matters is that it's working. Oh, sorry, I just hit the mic. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Oh, I just ruined my glasses. I touched my glasses. Might have to go clean them. I had a issue at the pump today where the gas, the pump sort of, I don't know what happened, but it seems like it exploded with gasoline or something, and it got all over my hands. So I had to, you're not supposed to wash your hands, I guess, very thoroughly when you get gasoline on it, because it very quickly dries your hand out or takes off the top layer of skin or something. But I wasn't gonna be able to play the game today with gasoline smelling hands, so I just threw the kitchen sink at it and moisturized. So it's feeling really weird, but hopefully it's okay. I don't even know how it happened, but it's crazy. Just or gasoline all over my hand. Hey, what's up, Uther? What's up? It's working now. That's right. Yeah, that's all that matters. I do. You know what? I mess up these things so often. It's not even I blame the game as a joke or the duplicants, but it's usually just me not understanding the very minute details about the game. So that's what it comes down to. Hey, what's up, Magnesium? So happy Friday. So my teleport asteroid has oil but no water geysers of any kind. Is it feasible to recycle water from the generators and supply withstanding water? Well, so the natural gas generator. Oh, sorry. Before I get into that, let me just get my duplicants digging, because I have nothing queued up for them to do as far as this start of the asteroid goes. So just get them doing something while I chit chat here. Thanks for joining the stream tonight, Magnesium and Uther as well. How are you guys? And yes, happy Friday to you as well. It's a long weekend here in Canada, so if just in case that coincides with any other long weekend, happy long weekend. If not, if you're Canadian, happy long weekend. So so the water. If you're talking about generators from natural gas, then absolutely not. This thing is just kind of terrible. Only 90. Let's see. Oh, sorry, only 67 grams per second, which is, you know, it can't even run an electrolyzer. One of these, you'd have to have more than two. You also have to filter the water, right? Petroleum generators are a little bit of a different story, but I don't think they make up for that with the oil that they consume. So yeah, they consume 200 grams per second of oil, or if you're doing a petroleum boiler, it's a 1-to-1 ratio conversion from oil to petroleum. So even then, you're still not recovering the water that you need, because you're only recovering 750 grams. And let's see how much the oil well takes. Oil well takes 1,000 grams. So yeah, it's still not recovering at a 1-to-1 ratio, even if you use a petroleum boiler. Don't forget that if you use a refinery, then you are essentially cutting that in half. 10 kilograms of crude oil and only 5 kilograms of petroleum. So yeah, I would say you have kind of an issue there. Now, as far as other sources where you might be able to find water from, if you have no water geysers, do you have any water or steam vents? Steam vents might be a thing. And by the way, speaking of steam vents, this thing is still here, still existing, so we might do something with that. I think probably the best bet is to pipe it from your main colony, or like, hey, Foamy, what's up? Or like Foamy is saying, you need to reclaim every possible scrap via slicksters and boilers. Yeah, it would just be a whole thing of trying to find every little source that you could possibly find, essentially. I don't think that you could do anything to make these power positive, the boilers. By the way, this is stream like 60 with still no ESCA sponsor. So if there's any ESCA representatives watching from Quebec, please, I like your water, your carbonated water. Please sponsor me. Okay, so I want to try to go for rockets today, but don't forget, everyone, we do have the viewer choice asteroids, and I have 3 asteroids to show off. So hopefully that, if there's any that come in during that time, then I can show those off as well. But I got Kubuman, I'm an AI thing, and Williams. If I missed anyone else, and if you're just joining or you're in the stream chat, please let me know. I think those are the only 3 that I have to get to. Defeated the slicksters gets. Oh, it does get pretty close if you do natural gas. That's a lot. That's a lot of. Yeah, you'd have to really do the math and like dial it in and see. But it's. Oh no, I forgot that this is gonna overflow. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. It's not that big of a. I should just go all the way and I don't need this cold biome, to be honest. The only thing that I'm kind of disappointed at is now that I lost this cold biome here, this will eventually start to get hot because I was getting a lot of my cooling just from these sedimentary rocks. But that's not a big deal. That'll take a little bit anyways. I can always pipe something through it. Homie's gonna run some numbers. None, carbon, sulfur, and chlorine. Hey, mate, what's up? Mate J, Macula 7660. Hello, by the way. I think slicksters, they do become power positive. The slicksters. I've never run a slickster farm with the intention of getting oil out of them, so I'm not exactly sure. So they produce. Okay, so I guess you could just have like a whole bunch of slicksters and just keep making crude oil. Interesting. I hate petroleum. It's so messy, but good for rockets. But yeah, petroleum is really, it does get really hectic trying to produce that. I mean, that's why any sort of a petroleum boiler doesn't even have to be this sophisticated, or it can be more sophisticated. But if you're just converting crude oil to petroleum with heat, you're going to get a much better conversion ratio than trying to use the oil refineries there. CG Fungus did the math on his petroleum boiler video. I've probably seen that one years ago. I don't remember it at all. I'm not a math person, mate. So if if he did do the math, I probably went in one year and out the other. But let's speaking of math, let's just see make sure that our this is being cooled properly. Okay, let me start doing some actual gameplay here. So I want to push towards rockets. I do have other small projects on the go, but it's not necessary to get them up and running. Like the steam room, it's whatever. I mean, all I have to do is really just pump this water out, and then this thing will start to work. And it's actually going to go for a very long time. So maybe it's worth getting the extra water out of here. So let's do that. I guess I'll use granite here. I don't really have to do anything fancy. As far as the water goes, this is going down. I kind of don't want to run another one all the way back up. I know I have a water storage tank here. Maybe that would be more feasible to get to. Yeah, that's absolutely more feasible to get to. Let me just cancel this. It's probably a better idea to get to this one instead of, because this is already very convoluted here, and there's no reason to store this water anyways, aside from, like, why not? So let's go ahead and do it this way. This is going to be 95-degree water, so I also have to do it in insulated tiles here. Probably we'll go across and jump the petroleum. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I guess it's not going to work out exactly how I want it, but it's okay. Let's just go down like so. Guess we'll do a couple bridges. Not ideal. I don't want to do... It's going to be a lot messier than I anticipated, but you know what? It's fine. Let's just complete these bridges now. Oh, that's actually not going to work. It has to go this way. All right. Bridge number 1. Bridge number 2. Bridge number 3. Bridge number 4. And there we go. All right, cool. This is going to be very hot water, by the way. 95 degrees. So it's basically exactly the type of water that we're going to get out of there. So we'll see. So Foamy actually did do the math. So from oil wells, 1K of water turns into 3.3 of oil, and then a tenth of that into natural gas. That oil can be turned into 2.2 kilograms of natural gas for 2.2 kilograms of natural gas total. I still haven't attempted a boiler. I watched all the tutorials, but now I have never been able to see the need for it. Up until now, I've never been able to see the need. I have more oil than I could ever use in a normal game. So so Foamy says if you, yeah, but I mean boilers are, you don't. Here's the thing, you don't need a boiler, all right. So a boiler is like an over complicated way of. This is really annoying. I don't need. Let's get rid of that. A boiler is kind of an overcomplicated way of turning petroleum or making petroleum. You can absolutely use the oil refinery. I mean, you do take the hit of the 50% conversion rate, but that happens for a lot of things. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal to have to put up with that. There's a lot of things in the game that aren't 100% conversion, and you can absolutely get through the game without having to do that. So I'm not trying to be like sort of an elitist to say that, oh, you need to have a boiler. But if you're trying to do like a very min-max build, I think, like especially if you're lacking water and if you want to try to reclaim it from the petroleum generator, then it might be a consideration to do that. But this is just, I mean, it limits duplicate uptime, and it also you do get the better conversion if that's what you're trying to. But then if you're, I guess another thing that's kind of important is, okay, once you get that conversion of 1-to-1, even if you're able to sustain it with like flawlessly, let's say, do you have water for anything else left on that asteroid, right? So for instance, okay, you can't, if you don't, then you can't run like bristle blossoms. You got to have you could try to reclaim some from your washrooms as well, right? Like your washrooms produce a little bit extra water, albeit it is germy water, but whatever. And then you also have to make oxygen. So unless you have an infinite supply of algae, or unless you plan to make slime and then turn it into algae, then you're going to have problems eventually there too. Why doesn't this have I'm pretty sure I selected this last stream. Well, maybe it, like, I don't know. Nope, seed selected. Oh, because no, hang on. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure you guys told me about that last stream, and I went in there and selected it and just... Oh, I'm out of power. Oh my goodness. How are we out of power? I think it's because our petroleum went down. Speaking of petroleum, I think this is causing an issue for us. So you know what? This is easy to fix because now we don't need this setup anymore. We can convert straight to petroleum from this setup. So by the time, let's see, how do I want to just kind of manage this for the time being? So I really need these to run. This is kind of critical to my whole infrastructure and all that stuff. So why is there no duplicants coming here? There should be duplicants coming here. Let's put these on a little bit higher priority. And then I guess I need to start working on... What are you doing? Was it broke? Oh, it's installing a microchip probably. I need to get this extended. That's kind of what it comes down to. So, yeah, I need to get my petroleum here. Yeah, let's deconstruct this, all this stuff, and get petroleum boilers in here, or petroleum generators rather. And then I guess for now, you know what? How annoying would this be too? Yeah, let's deconstruct this one. I'd rather put them on the bottom. Deconstruct the bottom here. Let these ones run. If you have a volcano, you need to use it. Yeah, the volcano could certainly. I mean, if you have anything that can make steam, like steam vent or a cool steam vent, that would be very helpful as well in that situation. I mean, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't hurt for you to send more water over, even if it's just temporary, or even if it's just to subsidize whatever you're not able to use or not able to create with all your supplementations already. Okay, so got a couple of these guys. I probably want to put these in a room as well so I can get them microchipped. That'll be really, really handy. They're already connected to automation, so I'll disassemble them later, but for now it's fine. And then we'll have these things deconstructed, and then the water will fall here. That will be cool. I'll put these guys here. Oh, that's annoying. I gotta fix the power. A little bit of a reconfiguration here of our industrial brick to start, I suppose. But we definitely need these online. At least 4 of them, I think. Put these guys on max. And while my duplicants are doing this, I hope that we don't go offline again. We are very low on power, so actually it would be nice to get this online ASAP. For the time being, I think I'll put this here and just let the water flow like that. So we'll get these ones on max as well. And then we can start building piping. Well, this is not good, is it? Whoops. That's going to cause us some problems. Okay, let's disconnect for the time being here too. Oh, that's not going to work either. I need to disconnect here. Hopefully the liquid, might have to empty the liquid. Anyways. If you have a sour gas condenser, you can get positive water from oil. Speaking of which, I have a second volcano, which I uncovered in my playthrough. I already used one of them for petroleum boiler. What is a good use for the other? So you could use petroleum. You could, if you already have that, you could use steam for power. So instead of having a situation like I'm having here, where I just have the steam turbines getting rid of all the steam as soon as or all the heat as soon as it's produced, you could drip the magma into a steam room, similar to how we're dripping the magma into the petroleum boiler, but instead of this making petroleum, it basically just makes steam. So you just want a thermal sensor controlling steam to 200 degrees, and then having that run aquatune or steam turbines rather. So you can make a lot of power out of that, which will pretty much be infinite power as well, because if you're dripping it and heating it, it's a lot more efficient than trying to do this method where I'm pretty much just taking all the steam, the heat up from it as immediately as it happens. Okay, we have... Hold on here. Yeah, we're not really ideal when we have water flowing inside of our things. It is producing polluted water, which is kind of interesting. But it's not ideal. We need petroleum. So yeah, you could use it for magma and a steam room, like geothermal, which I think is probably the second best option if you already have a petroleum boiler. Let's go down like this. Or for feeding, or for getting igneous rock, like I am for hatches if you need a source of barbecue. But it sounds like if you already have a petroleum boiler, you're probably beyond looking for a way to get barbecue. So it's most likely the case that a steam room would be most beneficial, just to produce a little bit of extra power. That's basically infinite as long as the magma keeps coming, right? Which it does. It never really shuts off. Let's turn this on, get the petroleum going, and I need this done ASAP as well. So we're gonna turn this to high. Our duplicants start moving themselves here. I guess we have to repair that. Yeah, see, and Foamy's saying, yeah, but if you have no source of water, you need the full conversion. The problem isn't power positive, the problem is water. Exactly. So, yeah, water, like you're gonna need water for oxygen at some point, anyways. So, I mean, whether you send over water or you send over petroleum to... I mean, here's the thing. If you're sending over water, you have to use that water to produce oil and petroleum and then power. You may as well just send over petroleum from your main asteroid, send it directly to your petroleum generator, and just take the water from there. Then you skip a whole bunch of unnecessary steps to try to maintain infrastructure. I mean, that seems like an okay solution as well. The asteroid doesn't have a lava biome. It's a weird one. The bottom of the map is only 45 degrees. How much thermium is enough? How much thermium is enough? Are you... sorry, Crazy. Are you... is that like a general question, or is that in response to somebody here? I mean, you don't technically need thermium to finish a playthrough. Depends on what you consider to be finished. Okay, now we're going to put this into a room. Okay, again, I have to move some stuff around, but that's all right. Probably like this, and then go down. Put a thingamabob here, and then also a thingamabob up here. No, I'll put the room... Yeah, I'll put the room right here. I don't know, I'm just being my indecisive self, so just give me a second here. We'll go like that. And then, I don't know why I just got red. Am I using that much power? Holy smokes. Had the sulfur geyser, plenty of food from Grubhub. Hey, Kevin, what's up? Don't raise priority of petroleum generator. We'll put bad liquid in them. Oh, I didn't mean to. I actually don't like having them raised. I like to try to have everything neutral, because it looks cleaner when I do an overview. I was just marking the water piping, or the, what's it called? The petroleum piping. Oh, and I should mention also the text on... I gotta put some text on the screen here because it's the viewer asteroid night. Hey, what's up? I'm on AI thing. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're doing your asteroid tonight. It's about 2.5 hours of gameplay than the usual, and then we'll start. I have 3 asteroids to show off tonight, so that'll be a lot of fun. Okay, so yeah, I want to take this off, and I want to take that off, and then put a thing there for... Where's the thing here? Something like that, but obviously I have other things to worry. Actually, you know what? I can just go like this. That will get rid of that whole other side, which is pretty annoying. Just get rid of all that in total. And then we'll put a door here. Put a door here with a generator. Oh my goodness. Click it, please. Okie dokie, thanks. However, our petroleum generator also outputs CO2 at a 2-to-1 ratio, which can be this elixirs to reclaim. That's true. There's so many different things to reclaim in that situation. But like I was saying, like if your main struggle is getting oh, a nice aluminum ore. Not much, but whatever. Oh, this guy's okay. He's not mad. He's just wounded. I should probably move him out of the way. He's just gonna cause problems like he did last time. Put him over here in the hot tub. If you're struggling to make water, and if you're considering even sending water, you may as well just send petroleum. I think it might solve you a lot of infrastructure troubles, unless you want to, have all that intact, which is fine. Not going to be a hindrance or anything. It would actually be more fun, I think, to set up all the infrastructure if you have the patience for it. I've never done slickters, so I could give them a try. They're not too bad. You just have to feed them carbon dioxide, which is so easy because carbon dioxide just falls, right? So it's not too hard to deal with. I'm an AI thing said, sent the asteroid as promised, had to clean it up and leave it ready as it is. So I have it from your previous, I think like 2 or 3 days ago you sent it. I have that one. So unless there's a new one, I can check it and I can reload. But yes, that's the one that we're taking a look at so far. So petroleum actual consumption of a generator can be treated as 1.2 kilograms instead of 2. The water ratio then becomes 2-to-1. Does a volcano even produce enough igneous rock to fully feed? No, not really. So the volcano right now it's sort of just maintaining the amount of hatches that I have. You can kind of, if you take a look at the igneous rock total, it's sort of going down every single stream. So this thing produces, well, anyways, it doesn't even matter to do the math because my igneous rock total, does it show on a graph? Is it like a graph thing? I guess it doesn't. I don't know. I've never tried to do that before. I don't think there's like a graph for igneous rock. But anyways, it's been going down every stream, so it doesn't maintain it. Now I do have multiple volcanoes. I have this one, which isn't, this is going to be the slowest volcano of them all. But then I also have this one here. Somewhere down here, there's a volcano. Not right here. So I could use that one as well. Now, I don't plan on being on hatches for that long. I'd much rather get off hatches and do something else. Oh, there's a guy here that's a little bit sad. This guy's hurt or something. But yeah, they're definitely not producing at enough rate to keep my hatches going indefinitely. I have more water sources here. I just have a crazy amount of water. I don't think I'm going to break into this because that's going to be kind of annoying to deal with. I really don't want to have to deal with that for a minute. Oh, and I can't break into this either because then everything's going to fall in. I've been doing so good at not having water in my petroleum biome, so I kind of don't want to have to deal with that either. Just dig this out, dig that out. Dig everything out around this volcano, basically, except for this. So we'll keep going on the digging as I catch up with the chat here. So how would you do a petroleum boiler? I guess that's a good point. If you don't have magma or what's it called? You'd have to find basically ways to heat it up. So you need thermium, I suppose, or something, but other than steel. So I suppose you're right. I suppose that maybe the oil to petroleum is not even viable. It's a relic cluster. For me, it finished the space thing and the statute. Oh, that's for the finish. Sorry, that's for the finishing the game. Yeah, right. Yeah, for me, it's getting to the temporal tear, which is it's kind of as long as you have infrastructure set up for space, it does get pretty easy after a while. But getting there is it's very click intensive. and remembering to do certain things. Kevin says, I plan to do a boiler using the reactor of my frozen core. There you go. Hello, William. What did you miss? You haven't missed too much yet. Just catching up with the chat the whole time. We had another power issue. I'm relocating these petroleum boilers so my duplicants no longer have to be here. So in fact, let's put these down to like nothing. And then slowly transition to these ones. Actually, what do you mean slowly, Ethan? It's already, there's nothing to, it's already transitioned. So let's go ahead and cut these off. What else do I need here? I need liquid pump. I don't know why I just unclicked that. I need a hydro sensor with some automation. Yeah, we're doing your asteroid tonight as well, William. Just about 2.5 hours of gameplay, and then we'll go ahead and do the asteroids. That'll be a lot of fun. The viewer asteroids, I mean. Oh, they can't get in here, can they? Oh, yes, they can. Well, maybe they can't. I don't know. Maybe we'll just go this way. I want to dig down here anyway. This part was just, I don't know what I was doing with this part. So let's just go ahead and open that up. And of course, we're going to need some power down here. Power looks like it's pretty easy. Just steal it from here. Sent a newer version. The old one that you have in your email, I think some point will burn the whole volcano thing. Yeah, it did. I tried it. It did sort of burn it, but that's all right. I thought that was work in progress. So no worries. I will load the new one once we get there. So I gotta put a power transformer here. I need to remove the ladders. I guess I can't build that just yet. And then we'll close everything off and make it into a room so they can be microchipped. So Foamy says, if I understand them correctly, they can't send petroleum. They're in a situation where all their water is their main asteroid. They have no oil there. Exactly. Relica minor cluster, so no oil on my main. That's a bit of a pickle. Other than subsurface ocean, so a bit of salt water and pools. How many stone ranches? I'm using 3 stone ranches. Take a metal refiner, feed it a bunch of molten glass from the glass forge, then make a steel pipe and clump the heat into a hot plate. Make the boiler. I want. Yeah, I guess some sort of artificial or some sort of heat created from, you know, like not a natural source is what's essentially needed, I suppose. Let's make this here. I know I already committed to building all this extra stuff, but I'm just going to relocate it because I think it's going to be a lot easier. Okay, so we'll put a door here after they're done, and then I'm going to start building the rockets right now. Oh, by the way, this is 123 degrees, so the steam's actually pretty good in here, surprisingly. So we'll keep that going. Okay, the first rocket I want is going to be this guy here. Of course, now I'm gonna make a big enough rocket to get orbital data research online, and then from there we'll go and do other things with the rocket once we get the tech tree done. But that's my main goal right now, is to get all orbital research complete. So let's get these guys mined out. I might put a sweepy dock here too, just to help get rid of all the material that's inevitably going to fall. And then maybe I'll do meteor defense just for my, just for this section of my rocket facility. But for now, this is how it'll be. Let's see. Go ahead and get these out of the way as well. I think they can go to the top and do that. I'm not quite sure. Then I also have to get some more power wires up here in order to open the rest of these guys. So now, obviously, we don't have enough power. We only have 1 generator. So I have to bring another line in, which is not that big of a deal. I suppose I don't have to maneuver all of them, but I'm going to do that anyway. And then we'll do lead here. Hopefully the lead holds. With Connected Planet, I just send water to the second and send oil back if needed at all times, says Kevin. That might be the solution that has to be accomplished there. Just given how complicated their situation probably is. Oh, the meteor showers are starting again. It just opened. That's kind of funny. And then, yeah, we'll send the power up like that. Just need to get some more oil down here, I guess. Not too much, but just enough. Where's my oil place? Where I guess this can stay, I suppose. I don't have to relocate it. It's a good backup. Right now it's going to be a 3 to 15 threshold, so I guess I can keep that just in case. But everything's going to be running off these guys for the time being until... Oh, my duplicates are finished this, actually. Deconstruct that. Lock them out of here. Hopefully they don't get stuck. This is still not running. Okay, well, forget that. Why can't they get in here? Apparently they can't get in there for some reason. And then we'll put a door here once they deconstruct. $969 cycles. I'm tempted to send you my updated save. Get my nuclear power plant at cycle 100. Save map is yours. Yeah, I saw we're doing your rocket one today, William. So I already saw your your progress from last week when you sent it. It's yeah, as soon as I loaded your save, your rocket launched. So I assume that was like the timing. It was very intentional. Okay. Oh, the lag. Holy lag. Wow. See, I don't know why they're working because that's why. Do folks in chat and Ethan routinely move their base location later in the game? Greg, hey Greg, welcome to the stream. Good question. No, I don't. That's why it takes so long to build stuff, because I hate moving stuff, and I really don't want to have to rebuild things. Like I play slow enough as it is, so I think having to rebuild something over and over for my particular case would be like dreadfully dreadful. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with that if that's how you want to do it, of course. Just in terms of for my play style, I think it would slow things down even more. So I don't move anything. Like, I move as little as humanly possible, which you can tell by if you just rewind the stream from, like, you know, cycle, let's say 300, when this base was basically established. Very little has changed in here, besides like wallpaper and the rooms. The rooms were such a mess at first too, but eventually enough things got moved. Steel, not lead, or they will melt. I'm using steel for Sammy. Thanks for pointing that out. I think, yeah, I'm using steel that's connected to the doors. And then the rest is lead. Lead and copper, or a couple steels, I guess. The junctions are steels. But yeah, everything else is just lead. You don't need lead or steel over here, because this is in vacuum. Just build them out of mercury. I could try to build it out of mercury. I don't know if that would hold up. Greg says, just thought about using bunker doors as a rocket platform, so when regular drops, it drops below the rocket. I suppose you could do that. I think I'm going to try. I really enjoyed, if you guys don't know, Stringer207, he's a viewer of mine, and he makes really cool Omni videos. He's currently doing another game, World of Wonders, I think it's called. Sorry, it's a 4X game. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But yeah, he did an Oni playthrough, and I really enjoyed his method of meteor defense and like space infrastructure. Mine is very, like, everything about my base is very chaotic, but it's like, at least it's, for me in my head, it's like organized chaos. But there's a lot of things that I just neglect after a while, and I just, you know, forget to, or just don't really care about updating. Like this thing. This thing's been here for who knows how long now. Holy smokes. It just hasn't crossed my mind to do anything with it because I'm very indecisive. But then, anyways, why is someone trapped? Dude, how did you get trapped in here? And how can you not get yourself out? How are you trapped? Like, I don't understand. What? Oh, it's locked. How did the door get locked? All right, whatever. I guess. Oh, I see that. It just went to lock again. Why does it keep going to locked? Oh, I know. It's on automation. All right. Have to delete the automation. That's hilarious. Age of Wonders. Yeah, I think it's the Age of. Let me look up his channel. I'm not familiar with the game. I checked out the game briefly, but yeah, Age of Wonders 4. That's the one. Yeah. It's a 4X type game. That it's kind of like Civ, which I enjoy. I just have like no time to get into a game like that. Like, I want to get into Factorio. I'm never gonna have the time to get into Factorio. Organized chaos. Yours is pure chaos, William. Yeah, yours is pure chaos, but yours also comes with. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yours also has like a lot of progress. So mine is like so I mostly play Oni. Like, obviously I play it on stream because I enjoy the interaction with the chat, like with you guys here, and it's that's a lot of fun in and of itself. But like off stream, I mostly play Oni as like just a way to. It's kind of like it just passes time, you know. Like you don't really have to focus too hard. You need to plan and try to organize things in a way where your base sustains itself if you need to walk away from the computer or whatever. But it's kind of a relaxing game. Very easy to kind of just flow through the game and not really do anything complicated. I mean, there's a lot of complicated involved in the game if you're trying to do complicated things. But in general, I mean, you can get through the game just by making algae or whatever, right? So, oh my goodness, I forgot my train of thought, what I was even talking about here. Oh yeah, but the chaos, I think. I don't even know what I was talking about. I'm just gonna end it by saying, it's a great game to play if you want something to like occupy your mind, because you know, you can do things that are not super stressful to get through and make it to the end. But if you're trying to do more complicated builds, like let's say your first time trying to set a petroleum boiler up, you're gonna have a bunch of issues with it. You know, that kind of starts to get more frustrating sometimes. Or that could be fun in and of itself, depending on what type of gamer you are, right? But anyways, I totally lost my train of thought there. Did you read my rocket platform comment? So no, I missed it, Kevin. If you build a rocket platform with background not exposed to space, you will have a great deal of heat exhaust transferring heat a lot, by the way. Oh, right. So you're saying that this is going to be like very, very hot here, right? Because that's what I had in my last playthrough. I don't really mind that, to be honest with you. I was going to block off this area and put steam turbines here anyways. Actually, having said that, let's keep going on this. Just totally build this up and have this vacuumed out so we can increase the size. When I first built this, I thought it was going to be too big. And then look at it now. It's like, it always ends up being smaller than I imagine it to be. Why isn't anyone coming in here? Oh, because of this. Okay, but anyways, is that what you were saying, Kevin? Basically, just having this in the background is going to create a lot of heat there. Ani is chill. Magnesium says Ani is chill until something goes wrong, then it gets pretty hectic. Yeah, and things tend to go wrong all at the same time. That's kind of what gets hectic. Speaking of progress, my carnivore and lacavore got on cycle 686 or something. Could have been faster if I wasn't aiming for job sustainability. That is really impressive, William. I thoroughly enjoy speedrunning builds on, or speedrunners on games that I like. It's interesting to see what everyone comes up with. Homie says, heck, even simple builds can get tricky. Yeah, absolutely. Which is why, I mean, like, even if you're doing something simple, as if you're like, if you have a couple 100 hours in the game, you can kind of easily flow through it by doing simple things. You don't have to stress yourself out at doing something new all the time if that's how you want to play. Now, obviously, a lot of the fun for people in Ani comes from trying new builds because the game is so advanced in that regard that you can really apply a lot of fun designing and engineering concepts to the game, like engineering within the realm of the Ani universe is what I'm kind of talking about. So it's a lot of fun to experiment and to see what works and to see what doesn't. And some people prefer to play that way. But then there's a lot of people that also just want to get through the game because they want to get to the end goal, which is whatever the end goal is for their favorite game, right? And I think with Ani, you have that option to get to the end without necessarily being or making very complicated builds. Like, for instance, you don't need thermium or supercoolant to get to the end of the game, right? So you don't even have to go to any other the sap asteroid, if you don't want to, or the sap tree. Now, does it help to get there? Sure. Absolutely. Okay, let's get this online. So that's what makes Ani just such a cool game, is that there's so many different ways to get to the end of the playthrough. And it can like occupy your mind enough so you can just spend some time doing this for a couple hours if this is how you want to like decompress after work or whatever. I think. Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitch, Rufus Doofus. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I forgot to mention any follows offline while I was off. Just C-Roy7. I think I mentioned them last stream, so thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Greg says, in the Ani chaos caused by duplicate behavior is a feature, not a bug. Absolutely. I wish I had all my duplicate moments where they screw up clipped. I think that would be so funny to look back on. But they're online somewhere, like for sure. But I just wish after streams I had like the wherewithal to go back and make notes mentally during the stream of things that are going wrong, and then so I can go back and clip them. That'd be great. But anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, rockets. Let's go with the rockets. Stop delaying the rockets. You promised rockets. Where are the rockets? Well, the rockets are coming. Let's start building some piping here. We'll get the petroleum up here. Luckily, we do have petroleum right here, so we don't have to go far to get to the rockets. I think I want to bring it up this way, though. Maybe through here. Sort of like that. And then through the tile. Now, this was purpose-built, so I capture most of the steam in here. I hope that kind of works. Again, this is like... I'm pretty sure this is a common build for experienced rocket players, unlike myself, who William calls a rocket virgin, although that's no longer true. But I want to capture all the steam that's being produced by the rockets from here. That's also a stringer-esque idea I got from his asteroid. In the I accidentally melted half my automation wires in the industrial brick setup because I forgot to make sure I was cooling one of the volcanoes in there. Oh no. I do that all the time, Foamy. Actually, in last week's viewer choice, I was like setting up automation and I melted everything. I think that was actually Greg's base. The joke to me is that the game also has distractions to make the player behave like duplicate. Yeah, for sure, Greg. For sure. That, like... I mean, streaming... That's what makes streaming this game so hilarious, is because I'm talking to the chat like at least 50% of the time, and then my duplicates are left unsupervised, so they're just doing, like, they're getting stuck in places like here, which is so odd to me because I don't even know how this door got... Oh, yes, I do. It's the automation. But, like... Even it's not just the automation though, okay? Like sometimes these doors get locked by themselves, and I'm not sure if it's because I accidentally hit the lock button, or if there's like a key that I press or something. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I click random keys because I forget where my hands are on the keyboard, even though I took typing class when I was a kid. But I don't know what happens with that. Sometimes I just hit a random key and things happen. All right, that's just how it is. Purple Phlox looks like a vampire. Yeah, we have our first purple Phlox. I need to start moving them out because there's too many of them now. So it's kind of redundant to have all these guys in here, but I really want to get the rocket going this stream. I want to get at least one rocket launch off. So it'd be really nice to get that finished. Go ahead and get this thing dug out. Let's see how it's going. Not sure why these guys are hurting or whatever. They keep getting red bars on them. This is idle, so we're going to leave it until it's, like, you know, fully finished or whatever. This thing here is dormant, which would be really... Okay, it's eight cycles. So there's no point in really worrying about that. I think probably the best thing to do is to block this off like so. Because I'm going to have a lot of water falling down here pretty shortly. Maybe put a door here. A door here. So again, I have to move this around. That's really annoying. I'm not gonna keep that on. Just do not pause and do not zoom, please. Okay, so let's go. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Right there. I have to relocate that as well. Put those in like so. Put another door there. And then we'll actually have to deconstruct this. I don't need that there. That was for cleaning this out earlier. And then what's this for? I don't think, yeah, this doesn't do anything. This is also for when I vacuum. This is kind of the chaos that I was talking about with William earlier, is I just leave stuff like this around and then I forget what, I think this has been here for hundreds of cycles probably. Does it tell you how long this has been here? It's probably hilariously long. Let's go, game. I guess it doesn't. Oh, age 454 cycles. Like, whatever. Cartman, red rocket, red rocket. Oh, I love South Park. I don't have time to watch it these days, but I absolutely love South Park. There's another volcano here. I think that's another... I forgot what that is. It's been a while since I looked at these things. But anyways, I need to get this done. I suppose I could go in here and risk having some waterfall. No, they can go up this way. They can go up this way and finish it. And then, yeah, we'll just dig everything out. We'll keep going in this direction as well. And then I guess we'll take care of these sleet wheats. Aren't you just getting sloppy with the automation wire? I am, Kevin. Admittedly, I am getting sloppy. I just start placing stuff down and hope that it works. Okay, so the automation here can be connected. And this should have power now, I think. Oh. This can go like that. No, this is all on. I don't know why I had the automation queued up, but take all this off. And then this can go like that. Perfect. Okay, so now these might... I don't know if they get hot with the rocket exhaust. I forgot about that part. I might have to do this section out of steel. But anyways, they all have power. The rocket has a clear way up. Just have to continue to remove these ladders. And let's start with doing a petroleum engine. Oh, do I have to do small petroleum? I don't think I have large petroleum. Yeah, I need the data banks for it. All right. That's exactly what is holding me back. So small petroleum. I don't know, gold, I guess. It looks absurdly small when it's like that. Hey, Chewy. How are you tonight? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. That was a message was a while ago. Sorry if I missed it, Chewy. Thank you for joining. How are you tonight, or I guess morning for you? I've accidentally run automation through my door more than once. Yeah, I always forget that they're there, but I can finish this now. Anyways, it's an easy enough build. It's just sometimes I get so confused as to why duplicates are stuck, and it's like the easiest thing ever that makes them stuck. So it's kind of funny. How's the cooling here, by the way? It's not very good. I guess I should probably put more. I don't know what happened to all the polluted water, by the way. This used to be full, and now it's like gone. I might have to get another excavator. Or the stream's even half over. Anyways, yeah, I promised that we would do rockets, so I really want to get this rocket online. Get some orbital research going. Hey, Harley Bakes Cakes, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How are you tonight? Oh no, Amari's trapped. Oh. Come on, let's go, game. Harley, are you streaming anything? Hello, hello. Hey, what's up, Mart? What's going on? Amari. Well, Amari's gonna take the plunge of death here in a second. Good thing there's no... Oh, jeez. I was gonna say, good thing there's no fall damage, but... let's see. Hopefully Amari can get himself out. Please do not go up here. No, dude, just... How about you just go down here? Look. We're gonna figure this out. No. Go here. Okay. No, what? You can't make that jump. You were here and you made the jump as the block was disappearing. You can't do that. I could have gotten you out easily. Okay, well, whatever. I guess you're gonna have to dig yourself all the way out then. Poor Amari's gonna... Like, Amari might not make it at this rate. Okay. I guess let's get some ladders going here, just in case. He should be able to make himself dig that far, at least. What I'll do is I'll dig in a diagonal pattern. To give him sort of a hand here. Take this out. I don't need this. This is all your fault, Amari. I told you where to go, and you failed to listen to my instructions. Okay, I don't need these anymore. You can keep digging, bro. Just keep digging. Stop going up higher. Just dig that one out. Oh, there we go. See, that time he didn't jump back up to the three. Oh, whatever. How are you doing tonight, Mart? I survived. I didn't fall asleep. Thanks for joining, Harley. Appreciate it. Harley, are you playing Ani yet? We're on yellow alert, says Willia. Okay, yellow alert didn't last long. He won't dig the ladder because it wasn't supplied. He'll figure it out. If he wants to survive, he'll figure it out. All right, rocket time. Let's go. We need oh, this is a little bit different now. I haven't done rockets since the update from the November 2020 5 updates. So I need a fuel tank. Where's the fuel tank? Large. Well, I need an oxidizer. I probably can get away with a small one. 2 small ones, I think. Where's the liquid? Or is this, where do I pump petroleum into? Oh, is it here? Okay. So the little ones, I guess the little rocket's a little bit different. Okay, so oxidizer, right? This needs an oxidizer. Petroleum. But have small height requirements, must be built on a rocket, requires an oxidizer. All right. So we'll do 2 solid oxidizers. I'm not doing liquid for a while. I want to get this off the ground. So I think 2 is probably good. No, I think 1 is good. 1 is enough. And then we'll start to build the module. The module that does the things that unlocks more star. Yeah, that one. Okay, now I need some ladders here made out of obsidian. Hey, what's up, Wacko? Happy Friday or happy Saturday. Hello, hello. Going to turn it on when I can concentrate. Hopefully that's hopefully you're doing all right, Harley, and you can turn on pretty soon here on the streaming. I feel great, says Chewy. I played Ani a lot and did more than before. I made plastic, glass, and steel. Nice. I made bio robots, which are great for but expensive. Yeah, they are. Flydos, they're weak. I have tons of hydrogen from the plants, and they eat the young bees. I made my first hydrogen infinite storage, so I am happy now. Hell yeah, Chewy. That is awesome. You sound like you are well on your way to having a fully sustainable colony. That sounds great. This looks a little bit funny here. A massive telescope followed by the small oxidizer engine. I don't know if I'm missing anything else. Maybe other than I guess the spacefaring, and then we'll put the nose cone on. I guess just the regular nose cone will work here. Just build a tiny little rocket. Try to get some orbital research done, and I think we'll try rocket melting on this one as well. I know William really wanted to see rocket melting on the last one, but I didn't get a chance to do it, so we'll do it this time. Wacko says I'm good. Played a little Ani and just learned that the asteroid needs a lot of missiles to be completely destroyed. Yes, it does. It needs a ton of missiles. Did it hit? Is it gonna hit your asteroid, or are you gonna be able to get it exploded in space? I'm currently taming a cobalt. I hope I can do it before it will erupt. So, if it's close to erupting and you can't quite tame it, you can block it off. As long as you don't use the wrong temp shift plate, like I do, you can take a temp shift plate out of coal and put it right here. So if you look at where this volcano is, it's 4 wide, and if you consider the bottom to be the one above the neutronomium, then you go 1, 2 over, and then 1 up, and you want to block it right there. I'm pretty sure that's the spot, and it'll stop erupting. It'll turn it into a natural tile. I think that's the spot. It's not. Yeah, I think it's that one. I think in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's that tile right there, because these are like 4 by 4, right? So it goes 2, and then yeah. So in case it's getting really close, you can always stop it. Or if it is getting very close to erupting, but you already have water down, then you're probably gonna be fine, and you probably don't have to block it. Just make sure that you don't have any steam, or sorry, any other oxygen in there, because it's gonna get hot very, very quick. And if you have oxygen already in that area, even if it blocks sit with coal or peat, it's still going to create some amount of heat before it's completely plugged, and whatever atmosphere you have in this room will turn very hot. And when you go to pump it out, you're gonna be blowing hot oxygen out into your world, right? So I don't know if that's a consideration you might want to take, but you do have those two options. You either let it erupt into water to give yourself just a little bit more time, and then as the water turns into steam, actually your duplicates can go in there anyways. Like if you have a situation like this, as long as you have steam and a steam turbine up and running, you can actually just send duplicates in here, keep working, and it's not that big of a deal. I have them blocked off for me with this thing, but you can allow them to do that. Or yeah, like Chewy says, or just don't dig that tile. So same, so that's one right here. You can see I have a volcano. I'm pretty sure I can keep digging everything here except that one tile, and it will stay blocked. But just for the peace of mind, I like to not dig the two bottom layers if I can, because I know for sure I'm bound to mess something up, and I'd rather not take that risk, you know? So that's just kind of how I am. But you can absolutely... All right, we're gonna try not get any water down here. This is minus 34, but this is kind of hot, so... actually, they can't because there's a bacillite here. What am I talking about? All right, so I can pretty much just go straight through here, finish this wall, and I shouldn't get any water in this area. Shouldn't is the key word. Okay, let's keep going on the rocket here. No power consumers. I don't think that I really care about that. Oh, I need a battery. I do care about that. Yes. I actually do need a battery, don't I? Where is the battery? There it is. Solar wouldn't be too bad, I guess. I don't think I need solar. I think the battery will be fine, but just for the sake of peace of mind, we'll put a solar there. I have to remember how to do rockets again. Oh, it's been a long time. It's been a couple months, chat. Been a couple months. I'm currently okay. I read that one. Ethan got his dupe trapped. It's my first time dealing with it and the prehistoric, so I need to learn how to make plastic, also fiber. Yeah, the prehistoric I found to be a little bit tricky. Plastic, I think the easiest way to make it, if you have petroleum or if you have oil, is just to make enough petroleum that you convert the amount of plastic that you need, just to quickly get your infrastructure online, and then just leave it until you destroy the comet. I think it's probably the way to go. I'm not a big fan of using the oil refinery to produce petroleum to send to a plastic polymer press. If you don't have access to oil, the Seacom, I think it's the Seacom plants. I think this produces, phyto oil, which you can also use to make, what's it called? Is this the one? Phyto oil can make plastics, right? Go to the polymer press. I have to remind myself because I haven't done this in a while, in a hot minute here. I'm sure chat will know by the time. Where's the page that shows you what you can use? There's 3 different options that you can use in this thing. Oh, here it is: resin, nectar, and petroleum. That's the one I'm thinking of. Resin. So yes, you need to make amber. That's what I was thinking of. My bad, wacko. It's resin that I was thinking of. You can use the map we played last time. It was super... yeah, the Williams Asteroid was actually really good for that. Nectar, it's the prehistoric playthrough if you want to just skim through it at some point, wacko. But yeah, that's Williams Asteroid. It was super helpful for getting like all the achievements that I wanted to on that playthrough. And also, William has a... we did a segment on one of the very first viewer submission segments where William showed off his playthrough of destroying the Demolier in space. And it was a very early, I forgot what cycle it was, but it was extremely early. It was very interesting. Okay, this for some reason is okay. That's okay, I suppose. Let's just make that into 200. Get that going. And this also, this should be a room now. It is. It's a microchipped room. So these guys are producing hella power. Perfect. That means that these can go pretty much be offline entirely. Like I have petroleum here now for days. I don't need to work this anymore. This is starting to get a little bit hot, like I said, so I might have to start dealing with that at some point. But it has lasted 900 or so cycles. And as far as our igneous rock goes for our barbecue production, see, we're really starting to get down to the. We lost already 20 times this episode, so I think it's almost time to start moving away from what's it called, hatches, and maybe moving to something else. But not this episode. We'll do that on Sunday's episode. I want to get this petroleum or this rocket online. Yeah, so Wacko, Kevin's saying nectar or mushed amber can make plastic quick. And then mushed amber is the new resin. And Foamy says, nobody likes the polymer press, but you can get it hooked up and hopped on Drecos like I did. It's pretty useful as a bootstrap. Absolutely. Yeah, and you're right, Foamy. It is. It is. It's a quick way to make what you need. Or if you, like, realistically, if you just put a little bit of water or on the floor, it'll sustain itself for quite a while. But yeah, it's just, I'm not a fan of the amount of heat. Like, okay, the polymer press is really good if you're just looking for quick plastic and don't really care about anything else. I don't use plastic enough, like throughout the duration of my playthrough, that I need any more than these Drecos. Like one Dreco farm for me produces more than enough plastic. Now, arguably, I could be adding more plastic ladders and more transit tubes everywhere. That will probably be pretty helpful, to be honest. But it's not something that I usually remember anyways. I just kind of go with the flow. Okay, we'll slowly and surely make our way over this little hump here because these are going to get destroyed. I don't want to... My duplicants are going to be able to build these tiles, if I can zoom in anytime. Build this tile if I just dig those two out. So we'll get through those, and then maybe we'll also get this oil pumped up. Just because we're here, and it would be something cool to... I've never pumped up all the oil before in the oil biome. Now, I probably don't want to... What is this? This sends oil up here. Damage overheating. That's kind of weird. What would be overheating? I probably want to filter this because there is some petroleum here or other sub. There's like water somewhere for sure. I know I let a little bit of water fall in. It might have turned into steam already. What is overheating here? Oh, this is made out of copper? No way. Oh no, did I plugged this? That's what happened. I forgot all about it. This is what I'm talking about with my memory when it comes to this game. I just forget that I do things, and then everything starts to get hot. And I'm like, wait a minute, why? Why is everything so hot? This is supposed to be a cooled steam room. Well, it's hot because I forgot that this was running, and my duplicants overfilled everything. So... Chewy says, I play it only with bionics and the prehistoric pack. I have no oil. I make amber and resin to make plastic. Yeah, the bionics are like super OP. After using them for quite some time and actually learning about them, it is super, super good. So this is gonna take... Oh no! Oh no, why is this breaking? Okay, so let's stop the oil. I think it's because there's too much oil now. Maybe. There's not enough heat. Oh, there's no more... What's going on here? Okay. This got deconstructed. How did that happen? Okay, that's awesome though. The element sensor worked as intended. Right? That's great. I'm so proud of that. If that element sensor wasn't there, this all would have been oil, and I would have been just losing my shit. Okay, which cycle do I have to go back to fix the right? So I'm really glad that this was there. I have no idea how that got disassembled. It might have been something I did last stream, in fact. I might have been like trying to move this over and I completely forgot about it, but whatever. What was I saying? Oh yeah, bionics. Yeah, bionics are super OP after I learned how to use them. And everything is just here overheating. Well, this'll eventually cool it down. I believe in it. So we'll just let these things burn up until it's like these are already cooling. These are at 100 degrees. So slowly but surely. Blacko says, I'm around 70 but need some clothes because I messed up with algae, so get some infections flying around. Yeah, there's a lot of algae on that map if I remember correctly. The big thing for me is that it got me my steam turbines. Also making one the batch unlocks the ability to get from the pod as care, which is nice. That's true. That's true. So once you get it in game, you can get it from the pod. Actually, I'll take the brisket. Yeah, I don't think I need it, but you know what? I'll take the brisket. These are full. What are these full of? Oh, sleet wheat? No, I don't want sleet wheat in here. I want sleet wheat going in here. Berry sludge should be top priority. I have no bristleberries. I need sleet. Anyways, I need sleet wheat in here. Not in that one. So, and what's in here again? Sleet wheat. All right. So I have a lot of sleet wheat that I would really like to get used up, but the berry sludge production is a little bit slow. So, Wacko says I make some oil and it was with a plant crusher, but not a lot. Yeah, that's how you have to do it on that one. I think it's one of those situations where it forces you to play the game a little bit differently than you're used to it, which is what catches me off guard because I'm so stubborn with how I like to play. So I have to like learn something new, but it's a lot of fun. I did enjoy the prehistoric pack a lot. I wanted to get all the achievements. So I'm not sure if you were here for that, Wacko, but I really wanted to get all of the achievements. So I wanted to play 100 cycles after the Demolier hit, but I didn't do a save before the Demolier, or if I did, I deleted it or something. And I realized that I didn't like playing with it after it was like occupying most of my screen. I really wanted like all that stuff out of the way. So I ended up abandoning that playthrough and just considering how far I got to be a win and just left it at that. But again, that being said, I really enjoyed, there's a lot of really cool things in that game, or in that DLC. Perhaps if I wasn't like on an arbitrary schedule that I impose on myself, I would have had more time to play with it. This is going to start overheating soon too, so I kind of need to get these online. And this is... So who is trapped? Dude, what are you doing? Now you're going to get stuck here for sure on this neutronomium. There you go. Actually, I should leave this intact because I don't have any meteor defense here. Oh, yes, I do. Okay, I do. Okay, we'll make this out of, what's it called? Granite, because I'm starting to run low. And then obviously here, we're going to close this off entirely. How do you deal with circuit overload, asks Mart, and why do you need to build an industrial brick? So you don't need to build an industrial brick. You can absolutely get away with not having it. I just like having the idea of my major power producers in one area and my major heat producers at that. That's kind of the more important issue to worry about. Because if you have all your heat producers in one location, you can either have a full steam room, which is perfectly fine. You need a lot of steel for that. Or you can cool everything down in a localized manner. Now, I kind of botched my cooling just in this stream, actually. So things haven't gone according to plan in that regard. But slowly but surely, we're starting to recool everything. Like these used to be 100 degrees. Now they're 60 or whatever. So the aqua tuner is very powerful. It'll eventually catch up and get everything cooled the way I want it to. But you see, we had some lights breaking and all that stuff. So anyways, by the way, you don't have to cool it to like 0 degrees. All right. So I'm only doing that because if I have an issue like I just currently had where I like my cooling messes up and I don't realize it fast enough, then everything will eventually overheat very, very quickly because everything is built out of common materials. So I like to cool it down to very chilled states. So if something does break, it gives me some time to fix it. So you don't need to have an industrial break. You could absolutely have your petroleum boiler, or sorry, petroleum generators, like for example here. There's nothing wrong with that at all. All right, so it's just something makes it easier to like localize all your cooling, like one aqua tuner for all of this equipment. Okay, sorry, the second part of the question is how do you deal with circuit overload? I guess it depends. Are you talking about circuit overload on like your branch wiring? Sorry, I'm using like electrical terms now, like branch wiring. But this is what I consider to be branch wiring, where you have your main power source, your feeder, and then you're branching off into smaller sections that's capped off by the limitations that you impose either with a transformer or with the wiring that you're using. So if you're having overload issues on these wires themselves, then obviously the easiest way to deal with it is just to remove items on that circuit that makes it within the potential load range. Keep in mind that the potential load on a conductive wire is almost never going to be hit, especially if you're powering something like Atmosuit or Atmosuit docks. And that's just because these rarely take power, right? Like, I mean, I have a lot of lights here that are always taking power, but other than that, like the auto sweeper is not always using power. The conveyor loader is not always using power. It only uses power when it's activated. So you can kind of go over a lot, like, and you don't have too many issues. Now this one's almost 3,000. I've never had an issue. With regards to your main feeder or your some people call it the power spine overloading, again, so you kind of have to look at what your current load is and see what the average is just visually. So mine is looking like it's anywhere between 10 to 15 maybe, and I might have some very high spikes, probably get up to 20. Now my potential load is 67 out of 50 kilowatts, but I'm probably never going to hit that because again, a lot of it is stuff like auto sweepers that don't always run, or stuff like Atmosuit DOS, which don't always run. And when you see it starting to turn red and like yellow, even though we're not even near the potential load, it's almost certainly because I have a regular heavy watt wire connected somewhere from before, like when my base was brand new, and I just don't know where it is. In fact, it's probably right here. If I delete that, I'm pretty sure I will get rid of the red and yellow. Well, maybe not. There's probably another one somewhere, maybe here, right? So there's a lot of areas where once you get to your oil biome and you have access to lead, you can pretty much build all of these things out of lead, because otherwise lead is pretty much useless unless you have like a lot of radiation problems. But see how you have like little strands of regular heavy watt wire? You probably have that if you have overload issues, and just build everything else out of conductive, and you'll probably be fine for your entire playthrough. I've never had a situation where I have my heavy watt wire spine, heavy watt conductive wire spine is overloading. Even on my sandbox asteroid where I do a lot of tests and I have a very high power demands, I've never actually hit it. Now, if you do hit it, that's impressive. I mean, congrats to you for having a massive base. So I'm not trying to like say it's not possible, but I think you understand what I mean. It's just that if you are hitting that limit, then obviously you have no other choice but to build a second spine, which you need a second power production facility for. So separate all that. So I don't know where I haven't seen it go to yellow or red in a minute, and it's hitting 16 kilowatts now. So I think those were my last two issues. I hope that answers your question, Mart. Let me know. Kevin says, good on you for knowing yours. I think that was in regards to the petroleum boiler almost melting down. Dig your way to the hydrogen cache at the start, and you're set for 100 cycles. Yeah, Williams Asteroid has a massive hydrogen cache. If you're doing that one, Wacko. Foamy says you deal with circuit overload via better wiring and transformers to protect the circuits. Yeah, I skipped over the transformers. In my head I assumed that you knew how those work, but if you don't, just please let me know and I can go over them. The idea behind industrial brick is that you put your big heat producers in the buildings, says Foamy, in one place, and then feed the heat to steam turbines to reclaim it as power. Or you can just cool it. Cooling takes obviously more power, but if you turn it into steam, then you reclaim the power. So that's a great point by Foamy, is that it's basically just one way to deal with all the heat that you're creating. That's more convenient. Okay, so what's going on here? I have, what's that red thing for? Oh, filter is not designated. Oxalite. Do I have an oxalite refinery somewhere? I don't think I do. Oh, yes, I do. Right here. So this thing needs oxygen. No problem. We can get that going. Pretty sure I have oxalite, but we'll get that up and running. I want to get a rocket off before we get to viewer asteroids. And then everything else should be okay. What else does this thing need? Gold, which I have plenty of. So it should be fine. And this is going to overheat very, very soon, but it's still going. Still going strong. Then we have to get this online. So we're going to come in through... I should put another aqua tuner just for cooling the steam turbines, because that's going to be very important. I shouldn't be messing around with not having proper cooling for my steam turbines. So we'll come in like this. And then obviously this will be destroyed at some point. So for now, we'll just run it through here, I think. Fine. Actually, it might be more elegant to do it this way. And then come back around. And we'll just have a separate loop just for that. I think that'll be nice. Do that after. You will not build it to feed it to your main lines. The map Ethan is playing is so cold. Instead of industrial brick, I use radiant pipes to melt the ice. Yeah, yeah, it is a very cold start. I use mod to make the conductive wires 4 kilowatt and never go back. Yeah, that's a good way too. Is just to have it so it's already prepared for yourself and you don't have to do, because it is kind of weird that you have to use 2 power transformers to make 2K, or you have to use 4K, which is like, it's just such an odd number. I'm sure there's like a reason for it, but I don't understand why you would need a 4K limiter. Like in real life electrical, they don't sell like a 16 amp breaker or like an 18 amp breaker. I mean, maybe they do if it's like a specialty industrial or like, I don't know, very specialized building or whatever. But everything is standardized, right? Like you have your 15 amp wire with your 15 amp breaker, 20 amp wire with your 20 amp breaker, and so on. This is kind of annoying. This is, am I creating polluted oxygen here? Yes, I am. All right, well, it's probably because of this. Not enough steam, I'm sure. Oh, because it keeps getting... there's a vent right on top of it, which is allowing it to off gas, whatever. It's okay. It's actually not that bad. It can just go in here. I need to bypass it, though. And then we'll start to get this opened up a little bit. Pretty sure that I can go ahead and do this now, and then we can build the rest of the piping. I gotta build this so my duplicates have access. Not sedimentary rock. Kind of want my sedimentary rock. The wire should match the transformers. I agree, magnesium. 100%. That ladder setup won't work to build the row of tiles, says Kevin. Ladder setup. Which ladder setup? Which row of tile? Oh, this one? Yeah, this one. Of course, yeah. That's why I'm making this one. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on the chat here, so I have to delete these. I see what you're saying. I actually need one here so they can get to that one. Okay, so I need more water in here probably as well. I have only 11 kilograms, so maybe some more water would be helpful as well. Do I have any water coming in anywhere? No, I have to pump it in manually. That's okay. Not the excuse me, not the worst thing. I think you guys heard that. I'm sorry. I meant to move farther away from the mic. I cheat. I use transformer and put a wire on the consumer circuit. It risks overloading, but you can trickle charge a lot of stuff. I usually just have, like, late in the game, I tend to have more transformers than necessary. I think that I suppose it comes with being an electrician in real life. I try to take pride in my wiring. This is not as neat as it could be, but it's certainly like a lot neater than you know, it could be a lot worse, basically. Battery, not wire. Oh, okay. Gotcha. These guys are still a little bit cramped. That's all right. I have a lot of pink ones now. Eventually, I'll make another room, but I'm not 100% you know, caring for that at the moment. Let's go, duplicates. Keep going. As soon as we finish these, I want to make this at least this big for the time being. I got to move this out of the way, so can't make it all the way. But I'll take the research. I also use the Long Bridges mod. Oh, that's a good one. I keep forgetting to download that one. I really wish I had the Long Bridges sometimes. It just makes it so much easier to not have to redo piping, or like, where's a good example of where I would love, like here. I would have loved to use it here. Actually, I don't even know why the conductive wire's here. The conductive bridge. Pretty sure I can just delete that. Make it a little bit more elegant here. These ones, it's okay if this goes offline. I don't need that on. No, not that. I meant to delete the joint. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna leave it now. I just realized I do need the joint plate, so it's all right. I got a little bit carried away and deleted the wrong thing. All right. Oh, by the way, I missed the message. Sora says, sorry, Sora, welcome to the stream. I totally missed your message there. I never used the research module on the rocket before, and I never found any tutorial for it. Can you explain a little on how to use it? That's a great idea, Sora. So the research module, I have to try to remember what that is. Is it this one that you're talking about? The cartographic module? Sorry that I missed it, if you're still in chat. Or is it a different one? The research module is actually a thing in itself. I've never used that one either. The research module allows the rocket to gather data banks. Oh, okay. That's super easy then. On the same hex tile than the rocket when it travels through the galaxy. Okay, so basically, yeah, I haven't used that one either, but that's a really good one I should implement. Instead of having an orbital data station like this, where is it? Do I even have that unlocked? There it is. Instead of having like one of these guys, this creates data banks. I'm pretty sure that's all it does is to gather data banks. Yeah, it just basically works on the outside of your rocket instead of having an orbital data center inside. Yeah, I'm not the best with rockets, Sora. it's still a work in progress for me, but I'm pretty sure it works the exact same as having the cartographic module as opposed to having a telescope on the inside. I'm almost certain it's very, very similar. Maybe we'll try it now that I know it exists. I thought you were talking about the catastrophic, and then I had to like scroll through the list and actually see what it was, what you were what you were referring to. Okay, hopefully that's not picking that. Mike's not picking that up. Actually, that conductive wire can run through the joint plate. Yeah, I guess it can, can't it? Or can it? I don't know why I rebuilt it as a bridge. It's okay. Okay, so there we go. The aqua tuner is slowly coming back and cooling it down. And then, of course, we need to cool the steam turbines. So we'll hook that up. Let's cancel that. And then we have our steam turbines about to work. Of course, then we have to put the water back in. So we'll maybe just hook it up to here for now. I think that's okay. I need the sensor so I don't start to melt my or evaporate my or freeze my water rather. Get that online. Oops. And then I want to set it at I guess I can't pre-configure it, right? Yes, I can. Yes, 6.7. Perfect. Kevin says you can build skinny wire directly across the joint plate without an issue. Yeah, I just realized that from Foamy just said the same thing. Sora says I just sent my first rocket 2 days ago, and I finished and I got a few 100 hours. I just never touched rockets. That's okay, Sora. Like the fact that you got your first rocket off and you've only a couple hundred hours in the game, that's really impressive. Like it took me over, like, I think 500 or 600 hours before I touched my first rocket. That's across, like, dozens of playthroughs. I would restart the game long before I ever got to my rockets. So that is really good. It sounds like you're on the right track to, having a successful colony for sure. Now, with regards to the research module, Magnesium is saying it's better. Actually, it allows the rocket to go into uncharted zones. Hey, thanks for the resubscription, Phil. Appreciate it. Or that's on Twitch. Yeah, thank you so much, Phil, for the resubscription. 2 months. Holy smokes, 2 whole months. Thank you so much for your support, Phil. Really appreciate it. Holy smokes. That is so cool. You're late, says Phil. No, it's all right. I'll tell you. I'll do a recap of what you've missed. My face is cutting off. Let me see if I can fix that. That should be a little bit better. It's because I changed my setup just a little bit, and my mic stand is like too far away. I'm gonna have a completely new setup on the next stream on Sunday. I've been working on something a lot cooler. Well, a lot more productive, a lot more easier to do my production. It's not gonna look too much different for you guys, but it'll be more streamlined for me to do my work on here. This is the last stream that I hope to have camera issues. Rufus says you can use it to gather the 50 data banks once units found fields. So you can. By the way, just in case you guys don't know, this is doing okay. This little piece of this little droplet of oil is doing a lot of work here. Kind of funny. I thought this was going to overheat because I forgot to put oil on top of it, but it's actually doing a lot. Just in case you guys don't know, since the November 2025 update, the telescopes now also produce data banks. So as you're trying to discover your immediate star map, like around your starting asteroid, and I suppose it's the same for the second asteroid that you might have if you put a telescope on here, once you discover the surrounding area, you'll get data banks out of here, like a crazy amount too. Sorry. Crazy amount's a bit of an exaggeration or maybe subjective. You'll get a lot of data banks. Like, how many do I have right now? I have 76 units, and I've already gotten through like a lot of my research. Like I use 30 here, 30 here, so 60, so 60, so 70. So I think probably, oh, I use 30 here, so that's 90. So maybe 160 to 180 or something that you get just from your starting asteroid, assuming you inspect everything, and assuming you go to your telescope and all that. So there's a lot that you get out of your starting telescope. It's really, really good. Elusive Traveler. Hey, what's up, Elusive Traveler? I put down my first rocket parts today, and I have no clue what I'm doing. Okay, well, hey, that makes two of us. Let's go over it together, right? So you got your rocket platform. Depends on what type of engine you want. So I'm using a small Petroleum engine, simply because I don't have access to the data banks required for the large one yet. But we're about to launch the rocket, so hopefully we get to it soon. Now, you can go to two different routes. You can use the steam rocket or the carbon dioxide rocket. In fact, I covered the basics of rocketry in my space video. I have two space videos. One of them is just on how to get to space for beginners, and one is how to launch a rocket, like just the basics of launching. There's nothing else that I go over, so I try to keep it simple. And I was going to make a third one, but it's just been I've kind of put it on the back burner for now because I wanted to stagger the rocket uploads, simply because not many people make it very far. So I figured there was like more pertinent videos that I had to work on. But I do have one in the works that'll come out eventually. But basically, you can go watch that video on how to set up your basics of a rocket. But I'll give you a quick TLDR. So we got our small Petroleum engine. It just needs a fuel. So we got fuel for it. If you go in the stats here, it says it needs an oxidizer. I forgot where. It says somewhere. So we have an oxidizer tank, which is... I did have an oxidizer tank. Oh, right here. It's got this weird thing over it. But yeah, it's here and it's full. 450 kilograms of oxalite. Now you can use liquid oxygen as well. I don't have that set up, but you could do that. I'm using a battery. A battery is really good because the Petroleum engine produces power. So you can continuously charge your battery. Now, I don't need a solar panel, but I have one here anyways. I don't know why. I think I should probably just delete it. If I'm using, as long as you're in space traveling, you're always producing power. If you're in orbit, like if you're around the planet, you're not using any more power, and you will not produce power. So you want to make sure that, by the way, if you go to another planet and if you land the rocket, the battery will eventually deplete. So maybe I'm going to keep that, actually. So you might want to have that if you're landing on other planets. And then obviously you want a spacefaring module or a spacefaring nose cone, and then a basic nose cone if you only have a spacefaring module. So that's the basics of a rocket. Now, I'm using the cartographic module as well, so as I'm traveling through space, I can unlock more of the star map. And now I'm just about to build the interior of this. So it's been a while since I did this, so I'm also going to be like very, very new. I'm going to use bionic duplicates actually, because I don't want to have to deal with I don't want to deal with setting up too much in there. I just want to get them off the ground. So orbital, I want to research more data banks. That's kind of what is most pertinent here. So I need 2 orbital data lab collection facilities. I also need some power. So you need the power outlet thing. And we're just going to put that guy up here and connect some power like that. Now, what I also like to do is I like to sort of, because I'm very new with rockets as well. I'm not very skilled at the rockets whole thing. I like to save before I send the rocket to space, just in case I colossally mess up and I forget to do something and I crash the rocket and I murder my duplicates. All right, so that's just like a pro tip from a noob rocket player. So do that with what you like. That's how I would rather play than lose duplicates after 1,000 cycles for something that I messed up. So anyways, we're gonna try to launch it before the stream is over. I'm gonna keep going for about a half an hour, and then we're gonna get to the viewer segment. Like, 20 minutes to half an hour, we'll see. Don't put an air vent at the base of your interior. The carbon dioxide will overpressurize the vent, and you will have 30 kilograms of oxygen in each tile before you know it. Well, I'm not going to have any air in here right now. I'm going to have bionic duplicates. They will be my... So actually, speaking of which, I should make sure that I have 2 pilots. Let's see here. Who do we have? Pilotry. So we'll do Sanyar, I think. Let's see. I don't need strength for piloting. We'll just have 3 pilots. Piloting, and then I need a researcher. Piloting, I think, right? Or this does orbital data. What? How do you get orbital data for what? Or do I even need orbital data for this? Or sorry, researching for this. Science building. Consume at the virtual planetarium. Consumes plastic and power. That's right. I need plastic in here. I need a storage tile. Okay, I don't have glass. So I'm just gonna put a regular thing. So skill duplicate. We need the astronomy skill or the astronomy booster. All right. So let's see. Let's take a look at Sanyar again. Astronomy booster. I guess researching I don't need. So I need to make more astronomy boosters. Let's go to the soldering station. Where's that? Where did I put that thing? Oh, right here. No, none of those are soldering stations. Where is it? Where is it? I know it's somewhere here. Did I delete it? I might have deleted it. Let's just build another one. Pretty sure I need a soldering station for this. Oh, is it right there? Is it literally that thing? No, that looks different. That looks like a supercomputer. Whatever, we'll just build another one. Doesn't matter. It's probably right in front of me, actually. Yeah, that's a supercomputer. I have 2 supercomputers for some reason. I don't know why. And I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't do it at the crafting station. So we'll just make a couple of those. Because I followed a design on YouTube. YouTube is great for designs. I check out my videos on rocketry. It'll help you get it off the ground. I should have rewatched it before I started this. Sound problems? Just me? Is there sound problems, chat? Is there sound? Let me take a look. Let me well, if there's someone else saying sound problems, I can take a look. I'm gonna take a look anyways. Just gonna open my phone up. Testing. Okay, so Chewy says all sounds are fine. Thank you, Chewy. Phil says just me. Sorry, no worries. I wanted to fix it right away if there's a sound problem. You're fine. I think the issue is on their end. Thank you, Fomi. You sound like an angel. Thank you. I'm an AI thing. No sound problem. Thank you, chat. Appreciate it. Phil did say it was just him, so no worries. I just wasn't sure if I was running with sound issues all stream, and oops, I was gonna rotate the camera a little bit more. I have a camera stand on my next improvement, so I'm really looking forward to moving away from this setup. Replace it with an artifact module. I will have to do that, actually. I definitely need the artifact module. But for now, I need the astronomy boosters. Let's just get a couple of those online and a couple piloting ones. I have more than enough microchips to do that. So let's just build a couple, and then we'll send our first bionic duplicates into space, and we'll see how it works. Should be pretty easy, I think. I mean, this might melt. That's okay. I think I'll leave this here. I think it'll be kind of fun to watch it just kind of melt away. Heavy wire. Now here's a dilemma. I didn't think about this. This is gonna overheat, and I can't put the wire pretty much anywhere. It's gonna overheat. So I might have to do a vacuum lock for this, which is kind of annoying. I mean, it's already in vacuum. I guess it's not that big of a deal. We'll do yeah, we'll do cobalt, I suppose. No, we'll do gold. We'll do a vacuum lock here like that. So I guess I have to delete this. And then maybe we'll put a transformer in here as well. This is blocked again, so you know that's pretty on point with how I do things. Let's get this swept away right away. And then unblock it. So Magnesium says, right, the research module collects 50 data banks at the space POIs. Got it. The saving thing is important. I once send the rocket without water for the... yeah. No, I always say before I send the rocket until I get like used to sending rockets, because I'm so forgetful as it is with like typical gameplay, and I really don't want to like have an issue with duplicates just because I overlooked something really simple. I know it's kind of scummy, like that's why it's called save scumming, but I would just rather not have to repeat hours and hours of work on stream to get something like that online. But I try not to, I do try not to restart. Like, even though I save a lot, I try to restart very, very infrequently, especially on stream. Off stream, it's a little bit different because it's for my own entertainment. But, you know, like, I don't think it would be fun to watch me restart every single time. My AirPods are dying. Oh yeah, we got the bots. Yeah, I got the bots are starting to come back, so it must mean that my chat is doing good, right? Or something. There we go. I think I blocked them. They come every once in a while. Deleted. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. Welcome to ban world. Thank you, Chewy, for the heads up there on the bot. Appreciate it. I don't need your your fake viewers, Mr. Bot. Okay, let's do like since this is already in vacuum, it's not as hard as I initially made it out to be to make it or to get the thing. It's just kind of unfortunate how I didn't really plan this correctly. Let's just put it that way. Let's do it here and then here. And then delete that. And then I'm pretty sure now I know a lot of things are probably going to melt here. I'm okay with that because rather than rebuilding it, I'll just rebuild it as it melts. All right, so like this lead, I don't know if this lead will melt actually because it's in the steam room, but there's not a lot of steam here either, so I should probably put more water in. Otherwise, we're gonna have issues, I think. But it looks like it's looking pretty good to get this rocket launch off before the end of the stream, which is pretty impressive for my own personal enjoyment because I didn't think I was gonna be able to do it. so there you go. Okay, we're gonna block this off like that, and then just go up a little higher, get all this done. For now, actually, gotta build this first, and then we can launch the rocket. No power consumers. Hey, Sean, what's up? Thanks for joining. Oh, by the way, I was going to do a recap of the stream so far because we're 2 hours in for Phil, who just joined. So I'll do one for Phil and Sean and anyone else who might just be joining. By the way, everyone, in about 20 minutes from now, 20 minutes to half an hour, we'll do the viewer asteroids. So that'll take probably another... you know, the gameplay will be done, but probably another hour at minimum of the stream of viewer asteroids. I love doing that, so we usually spend a lot of time on that. Okay, so we have our first rocket up and running, the small petroleum rocket, and we're going to be sending duplicates, bionic duplicates, to do some orbital research for us. I need plastic in here, by the way. Let's put that on 8, get that all full up. I don't think I need that much. I think maybe 10. I think 1,000 grams is probably fine. How much does this take? This takes It doesn't say how much plastic this. Whatever. It can't be that much. 1,000 is probably more than enough. Okay. So we got our first rocket online. The steam room is a little bit bigger now. We're actually forgot to do this, so gotta keep going on this. Making a lot of heat here. I'm trying to expand the steam room and by extension expand all this. So this has been a work in progress. That's why I have so much heat here. It's not ideal, but it's okay because I don't really care about that heat. Now, also we have a petroleum boiler online. I don't know if you guys saw this last stream. We had an issue early on in the stream in today's stream where the oil stopped flowing, or no, the magma stopped flowing because of automation that I messed up in the last stream that I forgot about. So this sensor actually came in clutch because it detected oil and it paused the game for me to let me know that there's a problem with the petroleum boiler via the automated notifier. That's what this is exclusively for. So it worked as intended. I was very excited about that. So that's kind of the recap so far. I mean, I also uncovered this volcano, which is idle, so I'm not going to touch it for the time being. And yeah, just a couple things here and there that I've been working on. I guess I can also start to take away some of that. Keep digging out a little bit. Kind of don't want to open this up, but I don't think it's too big of a deal. Anyways, we're gonna leave that intact for now. Keep going down on this, and then keep digging up here. We have a bonbon tree full of sap, I assume, or sorry, full of nectar. Since we got a shine bug, that's a pretty clutch spawn, I guess, for the world map. And yeah, we're pretty close to launching it now, I think. Let's go ahead and give Sanyar. So Sanyar's got piloting and astronomy booster. I want to go ahead and rename Sanyar, so I know who my pilots are. So pilot. And then I want to do, let's see who else. So pilot Sanyar. Stella, I want to do maybe ulti. Maybe I'll do the 2 ultis. They have enough. We'll do researching, piloting, and piloting, and astronomy. And then the other ulti, take off the strength, piloting, astronomy. There we go. Just who I was hoping to see. Hey, Offset, what's up? What's up? We're almost at the viewer part of the stream, guys. For those of you who are just joining, I just did a quick recap, Offset, like not 5 minutes ago. If you'd like to rewind the stream, I just did a quick one. Basically, we just got the rocket online, so that's about to be launched into space, and we also have the petroleum boiler functioning as expected, continuing on from the last stream. So that's pretty much what was accomplished as far as today goes. And of course, we made the industrial bricks slightly bigger as well. Just a couple minor improvements here and there is what we've been working on. Very nice, very nice, Offset. Thank you. Yeah, we're almost about to go. So as far as the destination, I guess I can start configuring this. Yeah, we'll do a round trip to... I can't collect anything, so I just have to do orbital research. I don't know how long my bionic duplicants can sustain themselves, so I think I will just send them here and then send them back. Also, let's put them on a separate schedule. A new schedule for the pilots. So we'll do pilot Sanyar, and then ulti. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. I should have went like this. Just duplicate this. Put Sanyar, ulti, and ulti. This way they all work together or whatever. Maybe that's not ideal if they're in space and they all break at the same time, but I'm going to send them right when they wake up. So I guess I'll put shift alarm on for them so I know when I can send them to the rocket. And then this we'll call this. Can I rename this? I've never renamed this before, so whatever. We'll just leave it the way it is. I'm pretty sure I can rename. Oh, there it is. So pilots. Actually, I could probably send them on break, like in this time. There, and then we'll get them loaded up. Like, what else do I need in here for them? They don't need food. They have oxygen. They got plastic. Yeah, I think they got everything. I think this is a perfect rocket, chat. Let's send it. All right, here we go. Let's see. Is this gonna work? What does chat think? Is this rocket gonna have a successful mission? Let's wait till the break is finished. I don't know what else they need. Like, bionic duplicants don't need anything. Power banks? That's not a bad idea. Put some power banks in here, I suppose. I guess maybe we'll put, I don't know how many I have, maybe 10? Do I need more than 10? Yeah, we'll put 20. Again, this is just a very basic rocket. I just want orbital data. That's it. All data banks. And I'm sending them to the outskirts so they can reveal what this is with the cartograph. Pee oil. Well, hopefully they don't have to pee and have any oil issues because they just took break. So here's hoping that it's all good. All right, so we're gonna do a save before first flight. Let's see what happens. I'm expecting a successful mission. So, all right, let's go ahead. Get the crew on board. Ulti, and Sanyar. Rocket platform. No, it should be round trip. Okay, round trip to select destination to here. Let's see. Crew on summon crew. Here we go. Let's do save again. Radiation pills. I don't even have those. They can take it for one or two cycles. He's definitely going to have gunk spillage. This guy's asking for oil already, bro. I just sent you on break. What are you talking about? Why are you like low gear oil? Dude, I just sent you guys on break. Why don't you go get your oil then? All right, fine. Fine, we'll put oil. We'll put a little bit of oil. All right, let's unsummon them. Public access. Okay, so I think this is going to be easy enough to do, right? We're going to make a very scuffed rocket, so just to get them off the ground. I need this guy, the lubrication station, in here. So we'll put it right here. And we'll give them, obviously, a little bit of gold. And then we'll put some oil up here. With like a gunk thing. How much oil do these guys need, by the way? How much do you use? Okay, 400 kilograms for one. So that's, I don't know how long does that last. I have no idea how much oil they take. I guess I can just click them and figure it out. Where's the vitals here? Pilot Sanyar. Okay, so 200 kilograms per duplicant. So then the gunk has to be unloaded as well. I'm just gonna put the gunk overboard, I think. Now, what do you think that they would plug the toilet if I just gave them an outhouse to go to? Like, do they need their own like special gunk station like this? I don't think so. Why would they plug it? Why would they do that to me? So I'm just gonna give them a toilet. Where's the toilet thing? I forgot what it's called. The the thing that you put on the wall, the urinal. I don't. They should just be able to hold it. They're robots, right? The wall toilet. Yeah, the wall toilet thing. What's that thing called? Wall toilet. Oh, it's literally called the wall toilet. Thank you, Sora. I'm like sitting here. Why can't I build it there? Like what's this thing called? The wall toilet. I can't even build it. It's probably because of the glass. All right, let's put this up here. No. You know what? Let's one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Put this here. I need oil for this. So oil comes out, goes in, like that. I'm just gonna make sure that they don't have to go to the bathroom before I leave. That's basically what I'm gonna try to do. And I'm gonna get some oil up here. How? Oh my goodness! I have to ship the oil all the way down here. Okay, we're gonna do a temporary build. I'm not building pipe for all that today. I'm gonna build just really quick. Just some piping here to get these guys online. It doesn't need a lot. I think it needs 600 kilograms, so it's not that much. I really want to get this rocket off before the end of the stream. So that's why I'm just rushing here. Get this finished, and then get some oil in here. And then, of course, I'll set the command to build the oil as soon as they start working on that. So where's the oil? Where's the closest oil that I have? It's right here. So holy smokes, I have to pipe it all the way up there. It's not that hard, actually. It's just I have to go through the base. It would probably be the best idea. Go through here. It's not too bad. How hot is this? It's not hot at all. Okay. Do I want to go through there? No, I'll do it up here. Do it up here for now, and then go down. Oops. Don't want to do that. Yeah, I can go through there. That's fine. And they can work on this while the duplicates are in space. I'm not expecting this to be finished today, but nonetheless. I keep getting the hatch pop-up, but I have plenty of barbecue, so I'm going to assume it's still okay. That was quick. LOL Virgin. After lubrication station, gear bomb might be safe for space travel. Not a bad idea. I think I probably could have went with gear bomb there, but I also it's okay. We already got this one going. Just need some cobalt ore. Holy smokes, it's taking forever. And then yeah, I think that'll be fine. Let's just go. It's near the end of the stream anyway, because we're about to get to viewer asteroids. So let's just go and launch it and see what happens. I know I probably need some oil from here. I don't believe I have a source of oil. Let's put an oil thingamabob that can get some oil for us. A bottle filler is what I'm looking for. The thingamabob, you know what I'm talking about, the thingamabob there. Okay, so that's complete. Let's put that on high priority as well. I have so many high priorities. I have to like just do a complete reset and like, figure things out. When you have this much red, I think, like something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Plastic tiles below input upwards blocks most radiation from what I've... Yes, they do, Rufus. Yes, they do. The wall toilet thing. Yeah, the wall toilet is... well, we're going to save that for the next... The proper build. The wall toilet, the rocket toilet works to expel gunk. It does, and it does get clogged by gunk. Maybe you have to make a wall output on it. 3 vertical to put 1 above it. Yeah, I don't know why it was. I think it was because it was a window tile. But I know it would probably go on the lower end. My favorite hotkey to building is B. If you have to cancel builds, click B and it'll return to the same thing you were building. I've never been one to use hotkeys. I know I really should learn. I grew up on a controller, so I'm like a really newbie when it comes to the keyboards here. I'm not afraid to admit that. I've always I know hotkeys would save me a lot. Actually, you're absolutely right, Offset. Because what ends up happening a lot is I click the game. See, I just clicked. Okay, I know you guys can't hear or see, but I just clicked 9 and really quick, and for some reason, either the game is lagging or the input is not being registered for some reason because of something's going on in the game. So I do that a lot where I click 9 and then I try to do that and then it doesn't actually go. So that gets to be kind of annoying. That would really help if I just used B more often, or if I just use I just had this command at 9 or whatever. I could do 9 and 8. That would probably save me a lot, if I just did that. But it just doesn't come intuitively to me. Offset says hotkey P9. Yeah, it's I got it now, but it's just for some reason the hotkeys don't come as intuitive as the mouse clicking does. Anyways, we got lubrication station up and running. I know I could have made this bigger, but whatever. Let's just send it. Let's send it, see what happens. Let's see where the faults are. Hey, Mr. Loki, what's up? I'm a big rocket fan in real life, so I follow SpaceX a lot. They just let their rockets blow up because they iterate the changes as things go wrong. So iterate on changes as things go wrong, I should say. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, this is the Ethan SpaceX rocket. So if it blows up, we're just gonna rebuild it again, and see what fails and fix that one thing at a time. So if it blows up over the resort islands in the Caribbean, it's just how it has to be. Sorry, not above, below. I miss this 2 words all the time. No worries, Chewy. We're gonna send it without the wall toilet this time, and just see what happens. Like I said, we're gonna iterate by experimenting, like SpaceX does. I know I'm making I'm sort of dunking on SpaceX here, but I actually really enjoy their hardware. I love space travel in real life. So, anyways. This seems like it's okay. It's ready to go. Some stuff might melt. Again, let's get these guys on break. Okay, they're on break right now. As long as they come with no gunk, I'll be happy. All right? So view interior, summon crew, do a save. And let's see what happens, all right? That's it. And then we know what to fix. If this blows up catastrophically, then I can fix it for the next time that we play. But this, after the rocket launch, depending on how it goes, we're gonna get to viewer asteroids. Hey Ethan, what do you think about rocket melting? Will you break the rocket? The chat has been telling me to do that for a very long time. I'm trying to learn rockets as it is. I'm still relatively new at the whole rocket situation, so I would like to do rocket melting. I'd have to learn how to do it efficiently so I don't spend too much time wasted on actually melting it. But yeah, I do want to try it because it's very intriguing. I had some viewers submit asteroids to me. I think it was 2 weekends ago, or was it last weekend? I forgot which one it was. But it was so cool. It was like the whole screen was just a rocket. It was like this whole own little city. It was awesome. So I really, really want to do that. Okay, come on, let's go. We got ulti. Where's the other ones? Where's everyone else, bro? Get in here. Do I not have... Okay, I guess I don't have everyone selected. I have... Oh, yes, I do. I have both ultis and Sunyar. I guess they're still making their way over. Here they come. Wait, that's not them. Where are they? How come I only have one duplicate in here? There should be more. Like, what are they doing that's more important than this? The first rocket launch of the colony. Get in here. Select destination. Let's go. They're gonna come on. Like, they better be expelling their gunk if they're not coming in here. Okay, here comes. No, what? That's Stella. Where the hell is Sunyar? Dude, what are... Oh, you don't have an Atmos suit? Oh, that's why she's not coming. She can't get on. That's okay. Ulti can do it. Ulti can do it. It's fine. Okay, here we go. Ulti's on board. Let's go. Oh, not all crew boarded. Okay. Sanyar. And... one of the ultis is on board. I don't know which one, unfortunately. There we go. Boom. First rocket. We're on our way. Okay, this was expected, chat. There we go. We got our rocket achievement. This was to be expected. Things are not holding up all too well. The petroleum is backing off. I gotta fix that at some point. What else? What else melted? Probably power wires. That's not the best. Put some steel down. We'll fix that as well later. Like, I'm not gonna keep the steel there forever. But I definitely want that online. And then I guess this is being cooled, so whatever. This got a little bit hot because I forgot to put a wall in here, but you know, we'll do all that. Okay, let's see what the chat's saying here. I kind of got a little bit. So, Roozle Doozle, hey, what's up? I just melted my own rocket with chlorine today. Okay, I'll have to learn how to do that because, like I said, I'm new to rockets as it is. Okay, so Ulti has oxygen, 100 grams per second. Power banks, he has power banks. Gunk is good. Oxygen might be the only issue there, but they do have, okay, 100 grams per second, and they have lots of oxygen. So we should be good on oxygen, realistically. Oh, by the way, I want this... Dude, this is the whole reason you're in here. I'm sorry that I forgot to tell you this, but you should have just kind of known. Mr. Loki says, I melted and launched a full sustainable rocket bicycle 300. It goes to different planets and eats them. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Good job, Mr. Loki. Your texture tiles, are those DLC? Yes, they are. They are. Everything that you see here is DLC. All my mods are in the description of the video on YouTube. But this is called the True Tiles. True Tiles texture mod. Sorry, not DLC. I meant mod. Those are not DLC. They're mods. Rizzle Doozle says, unfortunately for me, the 4 solar panels you can fit inside are not enough power for me, so I'm considering whether I want to do hydrogen from betas and Saturn traps. Oh, you mean inside of your rocket? That'd be cool. I saw, like I said, somebody submitted an awesome rocket design 1 or 2 weeks ago for viewer asteroids, and it was so cool. It was like a full little city or town or whatever in and of itself. So really want to do something like that at some point. To infinity and beyond. Yes, I should get that as a soundbite. I wonder if I'll get copyrighted by Pixar. So, you know what? You have lots of oxygen. I don't want to hear this. Okay, your oxygen tank is basically full, so I don't want to hear any of this nonsense about not having oxygen. So Pinky, you can utilize heat in your steam room. Is that a rocket? Yeah, you know, it's more for just it's not so much for utilizing the heat for power, because I have enough power now as it is. I really need this guy gone. It's just to kind of contain it. That's kind of all I'm trying to do here. Let's see, where is he, by the way? Okay, he's gonna make it. I think he should definitely make it. Like, there's no reason why. I think the Atmos suit's about to run out of oxygen, but they have their own oxygen that they're carrying, so it should be okay. Mr. Loki says, I made a whole Hydra spawn inside one, and the one hydrogen from it is enough to power supply everything. Also, the rocket holds 6 dupes, beds, and a sustainable full range. That sounds amazing. Mr. Loki, if you'd like to show that off, please send that to me on my email. That'd be so cool. I would love to see that. If you want to, you don't have to, but it sounds really, really cool. Russo says, I'm doing binding dupe rocket for 6 of them, so I don't need food, but I need good power, and I'm using rad bolts. I was thinking of making a rocket that holds 20 biotubes. In my last run that my save got deleted for, I put a nuclear reactor inside my rocket, but it was very annoying. You know what? Since so many people do rocket melting, it should just be the next DLC, like or update, right? Like, honestly. Oh, is the cartographic thing not even working? That's okay. Whatever. As long as I'm getting data banks, that's pretty cool. Oh, I love the background, actually. That looks so cool. Must be is there a meteor shower that I'm going through or what? I don't know. That looks neat. First time in a rocket since the last update, so I'm kind of seeing this for the first time. It looks very, very cool. Looks like everything is back online. The steam is too low now, so I can probably disable this stuff. Yeah, so they should just probably make another. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna. Okay, that's cool. I like that idea. Bionic power. No, you got lots of power in here. Oh, no, you used it all. Okay. Minor radiation sickness. That's okay. Power. Okay, we got lots of power. We have more than enough to come back. Gear oil is still good. Gunk is 70%. And we have lots of oxygen. All right, so they should make it back no problem. And yeah, 1 cycle. Now, I do need some rad pills. So I'll go ahead and start making some of those. Why do they melt the rockets? So rocket melting refers to melting the interior of this, like the steel board boundary. And then you can make the boundary of your rocket this entire space. And then so you can basically squeeze a lot more into the rocket. And so many people do it that I think they should just... that I honestly think should just be a part of the game at this point. Let's just make a couple rad pills for ulti. Maximum effort. Deadpool, yeah. Deadpool's great. Friggin' love Deadpool. Because science. Yeah, so that's what rocket melting is. I've never done it, so I have to, do a little bit of research there, but... Oh no, this is no power. Okay, so they have to... A little bit of an issue here. So ulti can't get back if I got no power on these. Yeah, that's kind of gonna be an issue. So let's see. Ulti has half a cycle to go. Minor radiation sickness. That's okay. People worked in Chernobyl, so ulti can handle a little bit of space exposure here. So should be okay. I think they're gonna make it. As long as my duplicates can get up here. Like, who's Eduardo? Let's go. You better be bringing all this craft build. Like, I don't want to hear anything about that. Oh, 1 at a time? Man, your bionic duplicate friend is in space. They're gonna get trapped. The mission is almost successful. Except it's taking so long for people to get this done. Okay, I don't think... Okay, here we go. One more, come on. Couple lead. I don't know why I'm doing lead here. I'm pretty sure I put steel on there, but whatever. Oh, by the way, the automation too. The automation's done. Whoops. Okay. I need all hands on deck. All right. Got 0.3 cycles. Do my review last, going for lunch. Okay, I will do yours last. Got hair in my mouth or something. All right, cool. Ulti might destroy the ladders. We'll destroy it ahead of time. But it looks like he's gonna make it. Okay, so I put this one on deconstruct Aaron first. So Camille should get to it first. Yeah, here we go. And then this one. I think... Yeah, this one, I don't think I need to destroy that. Okay, 30 seconds. We're gonna make it, chat. We did it. The first rocket launch was a complete success. Gunk extraction is required, but that's okay. Oh, 1,000 cycles. Here we go. Landed the rocket before 1,000 cycles. Hell yeah. That is awesome. Too bad it's during a save. It's kind of ruined the moment there, but that's cool. We did it. All right. Rocket launch successful. No reload required. GG, says Chewy. Thank you, Chewy. That was cinema timing. That was. I wish the save didn't take so long. It would have been like poetic almost. What timing? That was cool. I like that. Okay, cool. Big win. So for once, I complete the objective of the stream that's in the title. Even though the rocket's scuffed in and of itself, we got a ton of data banks in here. I don't know how many we got. My duplicates are probably picking them up as it is. They probably already did. So before we had like, it was in the double digits. I forgot exactly how much it was, but that's awesome. Now we can go right to the big Petroleum rocket. All right, so if you throw enough shit into a basket, eventually you'll have a full basket. That's what I mean, the whole, like, you know, that just goes to show, like, you can throw, like you said, enough shit into the basket and Ani and make it to the end of the game. That's what I'm talking about with my whole philosophy. Sometimes you need a chisel, but most of the times you can use the hammer. Okay. All right, chat. So I think we're going to end the stream there as far as the gameplay goes and get to the viewer asteroids, because I'm sure there's people in the chat who are waiting to see their asteroid featured. I have 3 tonight, but I'm going to check my email because there may be one more that came in. So I'm going to pause it there. And like I said, that was, may I see your glass forge? I don't have a glass forge. I do not. All my glass that I have came from disassembling like glass panels on walls and such. And I also have shattered fluxes. That's where I'm getting my glass from. Now, obviously, this isn't a very good farm as it is. I'm not even feeding these guys abyssalite, but they can. I believe I did make a little bit of glass that I sheared as it is. I don't know if maybe I didn't. I don't know. Anything more than 2 or 3 hydrogen generators overkill inside a rocket, you are not running a metal refinery. Yes. Okay. So, anyways, if you were only here for this part of the stream, we're done on this asteroid for tonight. I will be back on Sunday at my usual 8 p.m. And yeah, we'll continue this playthrough. We'll continue building a better rocket, a bigger rocket, and then go to more space destinations, and eventually, you know, dig the rest of this planet out as well. There's like, this planet's not even half done yet, basically, with how much stuff that we can do here. There's a lot of, eventually I'll get to it, but there's a lot of volcanoes, geysers, and such that I haven't even touched yet. There's one down, there's one out here, here. So there's, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm also not even using these cool steam vents. I always forget to put my asteroid up every time I see your stream. You can send it. Yeah, try to remember this time. You can send it whenever you like, Mr. Loki. Even if it's during the stream, I can always see if I can squeeze you in or check it next time. I'm sure at least someone. Hey, there's a. You know what? I've seen a lot of cool builds in the last week. I think it was like 2.5 hours of just exploring other people's asteroid. It was a lot of fun. A great time. A lot of really cool builds and some really cool ideas that I don't usually see. So it was a great time. Okay, so yeah, I'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern on Sunday if you guys want to see the continuation of this. Otherwise, we're going to jump over to the viewer asteroids. Now, I'm going to take a quick, like, 1-minute break. I just have to get some water because I've run out of Esca water like an hour ago. So I'm like super thirsty. So just gonna mute the game is a little bit loud. So if you guys want to take like a water break or a bathroom break or whatever, I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll load up another planet. I'm back with some Orangina. My next favorite drink besides Esca. This is a shout out to Orangina, another one that I could use a sponsor from. I love your product. It's a sparkling citrus beverage. It has calories and sugar, unlike the Esca, which I prefer, but it's okay to treat yourself once in a while, I think. And to take a risky. I made all my glass from the printer. The printer's fine. Elusive Ocelot. Hey, Ethan. I just restarted my colony. How's yours? Welcome to the stream, Elusive Ocelot. Our colony is doing, Super Duper Wetland is doing great. We're just at the end of the stream for the Super Duper Wetland portion of the playthrough, and now it's the viewer asteroid. I'm getting cut off again. This will all be fixed in the next stream. So it's because my mic stand is too far away and I have to lean in. I actually don't have to lean into it. It auto adjusts. I just have the habit of doing it. We just crossed cycle 1000 and we launched a rocket and got it back safely with a very sophisticated interior build and on my first try. So if you'd like to go back in the VOD and check that portion out, it's it's like the best rocket interior you'll ever see, and it was a successful mission. Super complex. Yeah, Offset will agree. It was indeed super complex. So now we're on the viewer segment, and William says to do his last. So we're gonna start with. Let me just check my email here because just in case I had any new ones. Just give me a moment here, chat, to get set up. Okay, what have we got here? I have so many things going on. Okay, so yeah, I'm an AI thing sent in another one just 2 hours ago. So I will take a look at this. I'm pretty sure I have to reload the game in order to get this one in. So let me close the game. Give me a minute off stream here. I'm gonna put in a. I don't want to have the black screen for you guys. That's kind of lame. Oh, that's my background. Rather not have a. Let me put you guys on. I don't know. I don't have anything set up, unfortunately. That's like this good. Let me just do an asteroid, then we'll reload this. All right. So instead of doing I'm an AI thing, I'm an AI thing. we'll do the incident. Oh, that's actually space that has to be deactivated. Okay, I have to close the game anyway. So give me a sec, chat. I'm gonna close the game. Save. I'm an AI things asteroid. And then just reload the game so we can go through all this stuff. Adobe newest. Hey William, welcome back. We're just getting to the viewer segment. So we're gonna do I'm an AI's things asteroid first. So here we go, newest. So this is I'm an AI's asteroid, and they wanted to show theirs off. I think. Let me just read here. I applied the feedback. So remember, we had I'm an AI things asteroid on stream before, and so in their message on the email, they said, here's my asteroid. I applied the feedback, so that the feedback that we gave them on the last time they were featured on this segment. It's a new asteroid since I wasted all the food from the previous one. In this point, where I want to gather water, in this one point where I want to gather water, tame a copper volcano, and maybe start telescoping. So this is their latest asteroid. Let's check out how they did. Yeah, let's do a little bit of a run here. So I got a previous email from a week ago, and they were just starting to get this this Steam room up and running, and it looks like they did, which is really, really cool. So a volcano, and they have enough steam now going in order to keep their aqua tuner nice and cool. So let me just turn the game volume up here. So in the previous build that I received that you guys didn't see on stream, this wasn't quite working yet, but looks like now they've got it working. So this is a really cool, a really easy way of how to sort of drip your magma into a steam room like this, and to keep yourselves going with constant power. And there's like several different ways to do this. I usually don't do something like this because I'm more interested in the igneous rock most of the time, but it's super easy. All you're doing is dripping in magma whenever the temperature sensor gets below a certain value. So they're using 140 degrees here. Arguably, you could put that a little bit higher, but nonetheless, it's working mostly at full power, which is really cool. Probably the only thing that, since I just became aware that this is a thing, I would probably try to microchip these and tune them so they produce even more power out of this heat that you're getting out of here. That's really good way of keeping a geothermal plant going in your asteroid indefinitely. Like, these things will go forever. Like, look how much lava they have. So just an insane amount of heat here for constant power production. And they got vacuum chambers all around their heavy wall conductive plates, so there's no heat transfer going on, which is really, really nice. This is a really cool build. So I'm an AI thing has really been doing awesome in his Ani playthrough here. And they got their natural gas generators. Now these do produce polluted water, so you kind of have to yeah, kind of have to deal with that at some point, I would imagine. Luckily, they aren't flooding. Can these things flood? I'm pretty sure they can flood, but luckily it's not an issue just yet. There's a little bit of runoff, so I guess it goes into here and then down here. Eventually, it all drains out. But nonetheless, it's working. It looks cool. A natural gas from this geyser here, and then a little cooling loop here for everything. Looking good. They're cooling petroleum, so I assume that they're -5 degrees. Now, it's worth noting. I'm an AI thing. If you're in chat or if you're watching the VOD, petroleum it's fine. Like it's doing okay. Everything is cool and everything is the right temperature that you want it. But I just want to point this out in case there's a particular reason that you're using petroleum over something else. Just in case you are not aware. All right, so petroleum, hey, you're here, awesome. So I'm not sure why you're using petroleum, so I'm not gonna like you. It's totally fine to use petroleum, but I just want to make you aware of this, just in case you're not aware. Petroleum has a specific heat capacity of only 1.7. All right, so just keep that number in mind. And then polluted water has a specific heat capacity of 4.1. So it's way better with regards to cooling. Now, you say you like it better, which is cool. That's totally valid as well. I'm the type of person that I do things sometimes that are not totally efficient just because I like it better. So I'm not, that's why I said it's totally fine to use it. I would never say, hey, this is wrong. It's absolutely not wrong. Just wanted to make you aware that if you wanted to use something that was more efficient, there's an alternative out there. But it's totally fine. Like everything is to temperature. Everything's going good. You got this nice and cool. So I'm the same way though. I love using ethanol, but I got roasted by making a video. By making a video one time where I used ethanol as coolant, but I used it because I like the look of ethanol, but I suppose it's inside the pipes most of the time, so it's inside the pipes most of the time, so you don't really see it anyways. Oh sheesh, this is a lot. That is a lot. I had to with polluted water, I went through the whole thing replacing it. Yeah, so no, it's okay. Like, listen, it's working. That's the main thing, right? But just to give you a heads up for like future builds, if you want to use something that's like, if you care about that sort of thing, and if you're not cooling it beyond, like for instance here, you're only cooling it to, so you have it set to -5, and the aqua tuner cools 14 degrees below that, right? So -19. So you're still well within the range of where polluted water would work just fine. So it's okay to use polluted water here. Now, if you were cooling it below -20, then you start having issues with your polluted water freezing as it's coming out of the aqua tuner and breaking your piping. So that's where something like petroleum or even ethanol would be a better substitute. But then you'd also have to ask yourself, like, do you need to cool it down that much, or is that like a personal preference thing? It's like me with my industrial brick. It's like me with my industrial brick. I don't have to cool it to 0 degrees. I do it because I like it. If there's a problem with my industrial brick and the cooling stops for whatever reason, I have time to fix it before everything just totally falls apart, right? So yeah, that just with regards to that, I just want to make you aware in case you're doing a future build or something. But yeah, this is totally fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with this. Just be aware that your aqua tuner is doing more work because it has to compensate for the lack of capacity, the cooling capacity of the petroleum. That's all. Yeah, just like William said, just not energy efficient. That's basically what it is. Offset says, me learning this game is like a 2-year degree in thermodynamics. Russell Duzel says, ethanol is good if you need lower temps than polluted water. So it's, yes, absolutely. I'm not trying to invalidate the build here at all. And it's totally like, but since you are using petroleum, I would just go ahead and put this to like minus 20. Because why not at that point, right? I mean, yes, you're going to use more power, but at least everything will be, I don't know, maybe -10. At least everything will be way cooler than, it'll look pretty cool when everything gets basically frozen. Makes a lot of sense that will shut off the tuners from time. Yeah, exactly. So the tuners, like the water will, like this is what'll happen. The water, it's leaving at 0 degrees right now, right? Or like 1 if you want to round it up or whatever, it doesn't really matter. And it's coming back at 12 degrees. So if you were to run polluted water through here, this would leave at the same, 0 degrees, but it would come back at like 5 degrees or something like that. So it may not trigger the aqua tuner as much. And eventually when things get cool enough and stable enough, and you don't have like heat spikes throughout, you'll have a lot less aqua tuner running. Right now, it looks like you have 100% uptime. So, yeah, just to give you, I mean, it's okay because 1.2 kilowatts of power is you have plenty of power being produced everywhere. So it's not like you're struggling for power, right? That's why I'm saying I'm not invalidating the build. Just wanted to give you a heads up that if that's something that you want to focus on in the next playthrough, there's a lot that you can recover from that in terms of how much power you're using. But this is a really cool build. Like I said, this is really cool. I like how you have the runoffs here to control the polluted water so they don't flood. So yeah, it's going really, really well. Now, as far as, let's see here, just out of curiosity, what's going on here with these smart batteries? Is there smart batteries here? Yes, there is. So 95 for the, I assume that's all of them. Yep. Okay, no problem. Oh, interesting. What do you have going on here? So you have a thermal sensor. It's coming in. And then a green output. So this is a filter gate. Okay, so just a little bit of a delay. That's cool. I like that. Coal shouldn't be going when you're full power, says Roozle Doozle. So yeah, that's one thing that I was just about to look at. So there's a couple things here that that you could sort of maybe improve. Maybe not improve is the right word, but like just to kind of give you a heads up. So I get the point of having all the batteries if you're having very large power spikes in your colony. That's obviously going to help you in those situations. However, just to kind of give you another heads up on using smart battery, you don't need all of them. One smart battery is basically the equivalent of having like all these smart batteries, as long as you don't have very high power spikes. Does that kind of make sense with the power spikes? And the reason why one smart battery can equal all of these is because as long as you don't have to compensate for those large power spikes, these should always turn on before it gets to a low threshold state anyways. So for instance, if you have all of these natural gas geysers as your main source of power, not including your steam turbine, then let's say if you set this to 50%, let's say, when this smart battery detects it's below 50%, this will compensate for the entire base power storage, just this one smart battery. Now, again, this is where power spikes come in. If you have a large power spike where it depletes the entire battery before, like that split second before it's allowed to turn on, then you'll have a problem where it doesn't turn on in time and then you have no power to run anything. So that's kind of where you run into issues. Nectar, okay, so I'm just going through the chat here. Kevin says, Nectar is the best naturally found coolant because it's the only one, it's only slightly worse than polluted water with specific heat capacity, but wider temperature. Yes, Nectar is really, really good. It is pretty much like, notwithstanding like putting them side by side, which I did in a video, Nectar's pretty much exactly the same, but it is slightly, by like ever so slightly worse, but it's so minuscule. It's like asking someone to tell the difference between a 120 hertz and a 121 hertz like monitor or something. Are they against infinite gas storage? I'm not sure, but everyone likes to play their own way. So if they like to have the gas reservoirs, that's fine. Like I don't want to critique so much as to what their preference of playing is, because I have weird preferences that I like to play with as well. So I don't want to say, oh, you shouldn't be using the gas reservoirs, for instance. I think that's perfectly fine. Same thing with the petroleum and the loops and whatnot. Just want to point out like certain things, just if they didn't know already. Coal shouldn't be going anywhere when you're full. Oh, I already read the Ruzuduza one. Let's see here. Yeah, it was a low threshold there. They're all supposed to be 20 to 90. I have no need for that many. Bunch of metal there. Yeah, so I mean, again, it's okay to have them, especially if you have power spikes later on. Like, there's no harm in keeping them there now. They do produce a little bit of leakage, just so you know. Not a lot, like very minuscule. 400 joules per cycle, which is way less than the big battery. Like, if you look at the big battery, the jumbo battery produces 2 kilojoules per cycle, and the regular battery produces 1,000 joules per cycle. So it is a little bit. It is one per producer exactly. That's now. If you're going to have battery storage, it's like I said, it's okay to have them. Some people prefer to have the rocket battery. Can I show you the rocket battery on here? Rocket battery. How can I get the rocket battery up? There it is. So some people will build this just on their asteroid, and it actually holds 1,000 kilojoules power capacity. So to put that into perspective, the regular smart battery only holds 20 kilojoules, and it has the same leakage as the smart battery. So again, this is like a really convenient way to store a lot of power without having to have a lot of smart batteries. So this one rocket module is 5 of these, right? So you could eliminate all these and just use the rocket. Kind of interested as to what this is. Oh, it's connected to a sensor. What's the food source? Asks Offset. That's my biggest issue currently. So here they're using barbecue. They have 4.1 million calories of barbecue. Things are kind of starting to break here, but that's all right. We'll let those see what's going on. Oh, just this thing. That makes sense. This should probably be like that. Probably getting very hot here. Yeah, it's a little bit toasty there. No problem. We can fix that up. And the conveyor loader. Oh, so it stopped. The steam stopped being deleted, I guess. It's getting too hot down here for some reason. Probably 25 kilograms. You probably could add a little bit more water. Let's see what happens if we add more water. So just to put this into perspective, let's see. 408, 80, 480. What happens if we do... Actually, you know, we'll add steam. We'll add some steam because it's... let's do 75 kilograms of steam. See what happens. The more steam you have, the less steam you have, the more likely it is that you have very large hotspots. And the more steam you have will kind of even everything out. That's kind of generally how things. So if you have issues like that in your regular playthrough and you're not on sandbox, just add more water. You should be okay. That's true, Mr. Loki. Yeah, the rocket battery does not have automation, but I wouldn't use it as my main source of storage. I would probably use it as like a substitute to having more power, or sorry, more smart batteries, so you can compensate for those very high power spikes. Like, I don't think it's worth storing battery power in anticipation of having no power production going down. You know, like I think you have bigger problems on your base if you're losing power sources, like I did. I had that problem in my playthrough 2 streams ago. But if you're just storing the power for large spikes that maybe your coal generators can't keep up with, I think that's okay. Let me just go back here a little bit. So the food source, I ended up at the food source. So yeah, Offset, they're on barbecue. So the food source for the barbecue is pips. They got some pips going on here. More pips. What else? Anything else that you're sourcing food with? I mean, in general, the bases look... Oh, yeah, hatches. In general, the base is looking really, really good. Like, you have you're supplementing your pip production here. You got your Sweetles. So you're probably feeding them sulfur, yep. So yeah, everything is looking really, really good. Rufus says their power lines look very tidy. Take a look at the power lines. Yes, they do look very tidy indeed. Looks great. Now, the great thing about conductive wire inside your base, it doesn't cause there's no penalty for negative decor when you're using conductive wire. Just in case anyone in the chat who's maybe learning the game didn't know that, conductive wire is really good with that regard. And they have an infinite food storage, so that's really cool. What's heating your turbines? Asks sorry, is that KEO? I hope I said that right. CEO? CIO? I'm sorry, I'm like really bad with names. I apologize. So the steam turbines are being heated by the lava, which is a really cool. They're basically just dripping the magma into here. Oh, by the way, I think the reason most likely why this was getting way too hot, which you can probably fix, is this might be just dripping in too much magma. I'm pretty sure if you just put this on automate or like give it power, oops, steel. You give it some power, it'll open and close exactly to how fast you want it with regards to this. So let's see how that works. Oh, the steam was, let's put the steam to 200. I like to have my steam to 200. It might not be worth it because this is already 180 up here, but whatever. I do like to have batteries so I can juggle. You can literally build them in space or inside magma. So, see here. The problem with rocket batteries. Oh, okay, I read that. Sorry, chat. I'm just scrolling through here. They act as one large battery. Love batteries. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with loving the batteries. Like I said, I would never criticize someone for doing what they like. If that's, I just want to point it out that there's pros and cons to doing that stuff. But like I do stuff that I like all the time that isn't meta. All right, so just wanted to throw that out there. It's totally cool to play your way. That's the whole point of Ani, right? The whole point of Ani is to do cool stuff that makes you happy. Play the way that you want. You're better off finding and so yeah, William says you can build 5 smart batteries to even out one battery module. Mr. Loki says you're better off finding a new building power source rather than having so many batteries. Not to mention coal generators are the worst. Yeah, they are the worst, but I think that they're okay to keep around if you just want to back up. Especially since I'm an AI thing will eventually be getting into space. Like they're looks like they're pretty close to space, and they may want to have all that power available just in case. I think there's nothing wrong with keeping this infrastructure here, even if they never run again for the rest of the game. You know, like I would put these probably at like 10 to 30 or whatever, just so they only run when you absolutely need them to, and then beyond that, never again. But yeah, I think you know, it's fine. I don't think it's worth to take it apart now at this point. I always, Mr. Loki says, I always keep manual generator until I find natural gas. It's true, you can if you want. These guys, this looks like a gym. These guys are all, let's see what their stats are. 17 athletics, that's pretty good. Battery cleanup, thanks, love these tips. So, I'm an AI thing, so yeah, I mean, in general, your base is, you know, is doing really good. You don't necessarily have to clean that up, but you could certainly make more space to produce. Like you could have, for instance, you could do this instead of all these batteries. You could put in more hydrogen generators if you have the capacity for the hydrogen, right? So you could do something like this. Actually, this is also just an FYI. This is also you don't need to do that. You can do. So let's clean up your automation. This is actually more important than anything else here. So the automation, you only need one smart battery connected to your coal generators, and you can keep the rest if you want as, you know, just a way to store your power. So it's totally fine to do like something like this. And so then this smart battery will only control this bank. This smart battery will only control this. And then of course you can have different variations of when they turn on, right? So you could have like 20 to 30 or whatever. So just in case you need a little bit more power, these will turn on. And if you need a lot of power, then these will turn on. And so on and so forth. You could do, like hydrogen, I would probably do like 50 or whatever. Harley says, Happy Valentine's Day. Did we already cross? Oh, we did. Happy Valentine's Day, Harley. Thank you. I'm already past midnight on my end here. Mr. Lucas says, I get oil by cycle 30, steel and plastic, then use hydrogen or natural gas. Mini hydro can achieve 6. Can achieve within 6 cycles. If you're a speed runner, yeah, I suppose. So with regards to what else you want to do in here, I'm an AI thing, like you're doing really good. Your colony is sustaining itself. Like you have power, you have lots of sources of power. I know you have a what's it called? Metal refiner here somewhere. I think I saw it. Pretty sure I saw it somewhere. Anyways, the next thing that you need to focus on, I think, if you want to go that route, is get to space. Oh, you have 63 kilograms of steel. Oh yeah, you're doing really good. Where's that coming from though? Anyways, it doesn't matter. You're doing really good with the steel production as well. So if you want to start your space infrastructure, I mean, you're there. You could use, you could build a petroleum boiler if you wanted to, or just have like a source of petroleum being constantly made, which would be really, really useful for petroleum rockets. So get some oil refineries up and running. How much petroleum do you have? 220 kilograms. So you probably need a lot of petroleum for your rocketry. That's a direction that you could go. Start harvesting the oil. Do you have any oil wells? I'm sure you have some oil wells. Am I just missing them, or are they all buried? Oh yeah, you have some oil wells, yeah. So I would get your oil wells online. That's probably the next step in your asteroid. Getting oil wells and then getting your petroleum rocket researched. Do you have that? You're almost there. You're almost there for petroleum rockets. Do you have databanks? How many databanks you got? So you have 5 databanks. All right. The easiest way to get databanks, I'm an AI thing. Let's see if you've got everything inspected. Looks like you've used a lot of your inspections already. Okay, no worry. Here, I'm going to build you, since you have lots of steel, I'm going to give you an idea. All right. So what I would do is I would get your duplicants up here. Sort of like that. And then eventually what this will do is reveal a lot of this area of your space like that. So you're going to see a little bit more when your duplicants get up here. And then I would start putting some bunker doors up here. Maybe not exactly here. You probably want to do a little bit more efficient so you don't have this much space in between your top of your asteroid. Probably a little bit, probably like right here kind of thing. Okay, so something like that. And then now there's a little bit that goes on into this. You can experiment with it, but basically if you have, I think you have meteors here, they're eventually going to fall, so you probably don't want them to fall on top of your infrastructure, so you probably want to build something like that. And then you probably want to have your telescopes like here. Again, this is just really, really quick. You probably want to redesign this a little bit. Where's the telescope? You want to have some telescopes here, probably here, and then you have the, what's it called? Now, just a heads up, your duplicants will get radiation from this, so you could build the actual telescope, the enclosed telescope. That would probably be a little bit better, but I can't build it anymore because I built that too tight. And then the, where's the thing that not... What's the thing that the scanner, what's that thing called? The space scanner, right? So you want to have something like this set up. You can probably put one way over here. You know, just follow the, this might be a mod that I'm using. It might be show building range. I don't know if that's base game or not, but you want to do something like that. Just really quickly get your infrastructure up and running here. So something like this, obviously power. You can put your transformers a lot, somewhere up here, actually. So let's do that. quickly build you a little space biome here. Oh, I messed that up. Sort of like this. And the telescope here. Sorry, I'm way behind on the chat now, but I just want to get this really quickly up and running. Just show I'm an AI thing. Can have some tips on where to go next without getting too deep into it. Wouldn't life be so much easier if we just had to build everything ourselves and not leave it to our duplicants? Put that there. Put some water. They're flooded now. That's lovely. Okay, so maybe not that much water, but you know what I mean. A little bit less water. Let's put in only a little bit of water. There you go. It's like that. And then we want to have some power here. And then we want to have some power here. Sort of like that. And then the space scanners are a little bit tricky. For some, I mean, I find them to be less intuitive than they should be, probably. But essentially, you have to put in a NOT gate. I'm not sure why they made it like that. And then now we just need power. Do we not have power here? Why do we not have power here? Oh, it's the game's paused. All right, so there we go. There's your starting of your space infrastructure. So hopefully that was informative. I kind of got distracted there and just kept going, but that's essentially maybe what you could do. To strive something like that. Obviously, this you could delete, and then you could have your duplicants come up here and work the telescope, and then they will be able to get you data banks. There you go. That's how you get more data banks. Mr. Loki says, my PC is very bad, so I can never go over 300 cycles. That's... Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Loki. It does start to struggle even on a high-end PC when things start to get too busy. But what my advice for that, Mr. Loki, is to keep your base clean. Like, it's kind of funny because, you know, in real life too, people always tell you, like, if you keep things clean, you know, like when you're a kid, keep your room clean or whatever. Well, keep your base clean, because like I'm an AI thing has done a really good job at that, by the way, keeping all the garbage off the base. But if you have a lot of garbage, people say it tends to slow down your game a lot, and it tends to make a bigger difference if you have not a higher end PC. And also, if you have less duplicants and less people flying around, like less critters, unfortunately, as well. Because don't forget, all these critters have pathfinding, right? So I think that takes up a lot of computing power. Like, I'm not a computer programmer, but especially flying things. Like, if you have a flying thing that I can show you, is there anything that flies around here? I don't see anything that flies, although I'm sure there's something. But I just want to give you an idea of how ridiculous the pathfinding... Actually, what am I talking about? I'm on sandbox mode. Let's just make a puffs. So let's put in some of these guys. And look, all these guys, their pathfinding is crazy. Like, every single one of them has a pathfinding that looks like this. So I'm pretty sure this contributes to your base just becoming, like, friggin' laggy when you get far enough into the game. So if you're struggling to run the game like deep into the playthrough, consider having less duplicants. Unfortunately, I think that's a viable solution, and also not having many of these flying guys around. Like, it's totally fine to like have one Draco farm and like maybe one Pip farm or whatever. But then instead of doing barbecue, you could switch to bristle blossoms and pincher pepper plants for stuffed berry or whatever. Sorry, I'm really far behind in the chat here. Let me just catch up here. I found the power better work together. I can test the levels. I would make those coal generators on 40 or 90 or something. Well, 40 or 90 is okay for the coal generators, Rizzle-Doozle, but I would rather not have these running up until 40, up until 90%, because I would only use these for large power spikes. Now, again, it's a personal preference. But because coal is such a sort of annoying in the way that your duplicates have to load it, or somebody has to get the coal even to the chute from where it's coming from. So there's a lot of manual labor involved in getting the coal generators going. So I tend to run them as low as possible. That's just my 2 cents. But yeah, 90 is a little bit too high. I would say. Sorry, I'm just agreeing with you, Residuals. I'll just kind of. This is not my base. Yes, that is correct. Somebody asked earlier. This is not my base. We're doing a viewer segment, so I should edit on screen here. Viewer submitted asteroids. Kind of like that. This is the segment that we're on now. So maybe I'll just put that up top. So in case anyone new just joins. Okay, so it's a showcase. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm really far behind here. I got sort of distracted with the space thing here. I would clean up some space, then go down and get more power. Do a lot of digging. Digging too much is not a good idea, says Mr. Loki. Time to get new glasses. See here. Actually, you don't need bunker doors. A waste of steel. I would use natural tiles to block. Okay, there you go. So you can use. Yeah. So William has got a good solution as well. You could use natural tiles. I don't mind using bunker doors. For me, it's okay. But you can see how this guy's like working away here. He'll start making data banks. As soon as he starts discovering more of this, data banks will start to pop up. Okay. Actually, do we have any here? I don't know. Yeah, there's a couple here. There's 6 data banks right now. I can't see it, but it's behind. Oh, I think these guys are collecting it. I will build the transformer in atmosphere ready to avoid risk of overheating. Blake, so we have a little bit of water on the transformer, so it's going to be fine. If you put the transformer with drywall behind it and a little bit of water, they'll stay whatever temperature the water is, and they'll sort of, their heat will just radiate out to space. Hey Torax, what's up? How are you? Jet suits demand a lot. Yes, they do. The pathfinding has gotten better since the update, but it's still not perfect. Resticle. So I'm an AI thing. Is there anything else? Any questions? Like, I think that this is a good start to your space industry if you want to do something like that. Like William says, you don't need steel for bunker doors, but he does have a lot of steel, William. So I don't think it's like that much of a waste to have the bunker doors. But if you want to do natural tiles and take that advice, then that's perfectly fine as well. Can I see their volcano? Sure, yeah. This is a really neat volcano setup. So by the way, that's another thing that I did. I'm an AI thing. I added some more steam. I don't know if you caught that part, but you're at now 80 kilograms of steam. Kind of 70 to 80. Any cooler needed on the scanner? Asks Chewy. No, the scanner does not. The scanner does not produce heat. Oh, I guess it does produce heat. Sorry, I stand corrected. It says it produces heat, but you likely can run this for your entire playthrough and not have a problem. It produces a very minuscule 120 DTUs, so like literally nothing. Also, just another heads up, this is not the right telescope. You should probably use the enclosed telescope because the benefits are a lot greater. Let me just build it. So it needs a gas intake, but it has radiation protection and sunburn protection. All right, so this is probably way better. And yes, I can go all the way down here. You don't have to build it up here. The only reason I built it all the way up here is because, I don't know, I just have a habit of doing that, but you don't have to do that. Doesn't the enclosed telescope have a greater... Yeah, exactly. This one has 6... It looks like it has 10 range, and this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, maybe it's 9. Maybe it is the same. I don't know. Let me see here. There's 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is 9. I guess it's the same. I thought this was bigger. Had the heat transfer. So the heat transfer from the telescope, it's like I said, it's literally nothing. Like this will stay 20 degrees for basically forever. It's only producing 125 DTUs. Again, that's DTUs, not KDTUs. It's a big difference, right? So like, for instance, the coal generator produces 9 KDTUs. That's 9,000. So this thing's producing like literally 0. I mean, not literally 0, but there you go. This thing here doesn't produce any at all. This is actually completely heat-free. This one is okay. And then this one here produces a little bit. 125 DTUs. So again, basically 0. Oh, so Kevin says, no, that doesn't show the range of space it scans. Oh, so do you mean like the range in the star map? Is that, I guess that's what you're referring to. Ruzel says, just put some drywall behind it and liquid in front of it. It'll transfer heat. Yeah. So this thing here, if you the things that you really need to put heat management for is stuff like the large power transformer. This one does produce 1000 DTUs and it's constantly running, unlike this. Like this one, it's not always running. This one is always running. So with a little bit of water, like a very small amount of water, you can see I have like 76 grams or whatever, and some drywall backing behind it that prevents the water from evaporating in space. Just to give you an idea, if you're not familiar, as soon as you delete the drywall, the water gets deleted as well. So if I was to put water down here, it no longer spawns in. It just gets instantly deleted. All right, so you need the drywall. And without the water, you can see how it's increasing temperature, like consistently. So you need the drywall. I like to drywall the whole thing. I don't think you need to drywall the whole thing. And then the water stays. Oh, the volcano. Sorry, Torax. I forgot all about the volcano. Yeah. So the volcano, what questions did you have about that? Got a little bit distracted. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the enclosed telescope is like better in all ways. So the volcano, let's take a look at this. So he's got the power production from these guys. Like I said, this would you already have a lot of infrastructure in place, so it might not be worth it to do this anymore. But you could perhaps build something to get back in here, just so you could put microchips on this. That might be a fun experiment. Because if you do that, again, I just learned about this recently, so it's just I like to spread the knowledge that I also have here. If you put a power transformer in here, let's go in here, put this guy in, and then put some microchips. Of course, I'm just gonna spawn all this in because I don't intend on put a whole bunch of these guys in here. And then if you put a duplicate, and then they tinker it, just stop complaining and load these steam turbines. Okay, are you guys on break? I just spawned you in. No one's on break. Get to work. I need you guys to load this. You have the chips right there. Do you need like duplicate stats to load this? You might have to have a stat to load this to tinker with it. But anyways, I'm not gonna let these guys suffer. That's mean. Let's go ahead and get rid of them. Maybe I need duplicate stats. I don't actually, I don't know if they need stats or not. But anyways, you can increase the power production from these to like 1300 watts. That's quite significant. How the heat transfer. Sorry, Torax. I apologize. I missed. I got distracted again. The heat transfer was from here. I'm gonna do the heat transfer now. So the heat transfer's here. I'm an AI thing has this door on automation. So when the temperature sensor is sending a green signal, which is I changed it to 200 degrees, but you can change it to whatever. It used to be 140. So let's keep it at 140. And when the timer sensor goes off, so let's just make it green so it can go off quicker. It sends when these two conditions are true, and I guess when this condition is also greener, let's just get this one green as well. Then this door will open up momentarily. But I changed a bunch of settings, so now it's going to be a little bit different, right? So then you have some magma that drips in. You only want to drip the magma because then you can make use of as much heat as possible. If you just let it flow in, it's all going to turn into igneous rock. And the benefit of having the mesh tiles here is that they don't become, is that they can easily just drop through into this little, like the magma will solidify inside and then it will drop down in here. And yes, the temp shift plate as well. So yeah, if you take a look at this, you can see that it's heating up the metal mesh tiles to the temp shift plate. Does that answer your question, Torax? Sorry, it took me so long to get to this. I was so distracted by other things, and you asked me like 4 times, so I really apologize. Google search results in a lot of data out of data info wiki. Someone's, oh no, we got people trapped. Oh, these are the people that I spawned in. Oh, that'll go away. Not enclosed scans 3 tiles away, enclosed scans 4. I believe that's true, Kevin. I think I read something like that too. Yeah, so William says yes, the temp shift plate, you'll see that. I think, why does that happen? The second tile gets blocked or something? You mean this one? No problem, Ethan. It's got it nice most use of the volcano. Yes, exactly. So they're just dripping the heat in, so you're not turning it all into, you're not wasting any of the heat. And it's all with the automation here. It's basically like this is good automation. They're doing a lot of extra stuff here to like help themselves out, like the automated notifier, which is really nice to see. Nice to see people using that. It's great. But the thermo sensor and the timer sensor for the dripping mechanism is really all you needed as like the bare minimum, and everything else is like extra for for your own benefit, right? So you want to keep the steam at around, well, you want to keep the steam above 125 so these things actually work, but you also want to keep them below 200 because 200 is like the ideal temperature for the steam. It's yellow liquid. It's molten gold because when I powered your door, I built the power wire out of gold and it melted. So this is my fault. The molten gold is my fault. Lava doesn't become tile. Lava does become a tile if you drip enough of it. So if you have too much lava, it will. So Torax is I think is using a timer sensor to control how long the door stays open, and that will only drip a little bit of lava instead of too much. So that's why in my petroleum boiler build, I have a robo miner there to mine out the tiles because I drip too much magma in order to I don't know. I think I could probably lower it, but I drip too much magma, so I don't try to get the least amount of magma. I just put enough in that it keeps the petroleum going. Then I just deal with the rest of it. All right, so let me just get a quick drink here. So I think we'll just catch up with the chat again. I think we'll move on to William's asteroid. Unless I'm an AI thing. Do you have any more questions? So you asked. I think somebody replied to you here. The rock goes up, it gets broken. What's the yellow liquid? So okay, so just to kind of go back to this mesh tile thing, I don't use the mesh tile mechanism enough to know how to solve this issue. I'm not sure why the igneous rock gets stuck there, if that's what you're asking. I normally just put a robo-miner in here and a trap door. So I could play around with this a little bit more to try to figure it out. If you had no other way to, like if you're unable to figure out why the igneous rock stays there, you probably could put an auto sweeper here with a conveyor loader. You'd have to cool it, obviously, so the cooling would be a little bit tricky. You could do a conductive panel like that. Obviously, move the loader out of the way more. And then you could just run your petroleum through here as well, like this. So again, this is like very, let's see, coming in this way. So you could do something like this. If you were all out of ideas with the mesh tile, this would work. And then, you know, these would stay cool with the petroleum. So obviously I don't have enough petroleum in here now. So you say it's all good. So okay, let's move on to William's asteroid here. But this was a really fun one, and I'm glad to see the progress that you've made, M&A. I think like you're doing really, really well on your playthrough. I think you're on the right track too. But I think that's where your next step is. I think you're ready for space. So you know, start getting some data banks. Get the data banks. You have 80 units now just from researching your surrounding area here. Which with that 80 units, you can get the petroleum rocket online. So petroleum rockets. With the data banks, and then start making petroleum with oil refinery or petroleum boiler. Either way, oil refinery will work fine just to get you off the ground. And if you decide that you want way more petroleum, then you can always make a petroleum boiler. But yeah, that's where I would take this asteroid. You're doing really, really well. And yeah, you have no overheat. No overheat. Everything is stable. All right, so let's move on. Torax says, I have 3 oil wells. I didn't tame it, but my geyser also supports the Hydra. So yeah, the oil wells are pretty good to have. Pretty good to keep going constantly, especially if you have lots of water. Like, they do require a lot of water. Okay, so Ethan's regret. Rocket Boy. Let's go ahead and load up Williams here. So I did play a little bit. I think I might have to reload just to see his rocket go off again. But the game loads up and it immediately launches. So it's like a speed run to the rockets. So this is the same. So for a little bit of context, chat, this is the same asteroid that I'm playing on the super duper wetland. William has decided to race me to the end of the game, and he's a little bit behind. I think I have more space stuff. I'm just kidding. It's cycle 53, and he's got a rocket. All right, so that's pretty cool. The rocket's already in space. But yeah, this is William's asteroid. So we featured William last weekend as well. Yeah, they got I'm pretty sure it's mostly bionic duplicates. Yeah, mostly bio dupes, and lots of interesting things going on here. A massive Hydra with open bottom. I forgot what it's called, like by the community, but basically the way this works is collecting the hydrogen above here, and then all of the oxygen just flows into the bottom. Like, you could have this open and just have oxygen basically flowing out wherever. My latest save is 107, but I need to compose the email. No worries, William. We got till next week. We'll do another segment next week if other people send their asteroids, and I love doing these. So yeah, feel free. By the way, guys, we did gain some viewers from when I started this segment an hour ago. If you'd like to show off your asteroid or just get advice on what to do next, the link in my description my email in the About section of my YouTube page. You can go ahead and email me your .save file, or go to the Discord. That's my scuffed Discord entrance code. Just go to join a server, type that in, and you can send me your .save file, and we can do this next week. Every Friday we do this. We'll go over like what you should do with your asteroid, what you're doing well, what you could improve, or if you just got a cool thing to show off, like William here. William's like a speedrunner type. Cycle 53 on the same asteroid I'm playing. They've already got a rocket. So William says, "Hey, bonus egg, what's up? Are you going to be sending in your asteroid for next weekend? I saw in the Discord that you messaged me, so if you'd like to send it in, I'd be more than happy to take a look." So William says, "Look how I tamed the aluminum volcano." Okay. Excuse me. So yeah, I think I saw that last weekend as well, William. You just have it out in the open with a bunch of water, and it's not too hot, is it? Like, the water is really doing a lot of work here in keeping keeping everything at a proper temperature. Lots of content for you. I can't wait to see more. I have lots of fun doing these. So please, everyone, you got stuff to show off, so feel free to send them in. I was thinking about doing a segment where I show off my very early asteroids as well, in case we don't have like enough community submissions for that week. I have very old saves to show off, but it won't be today because we're already 3.5 hours in. Well, we're only on the second asteroid. So here's William's aluminum volcano tamer. Now, aluminum is pretty. It's always been one of the easier volcanoes, in my opinion, to tame. Even though it seems like it's very intimidating, aluminum is quite. It exchanges heat very quickly with its surrounding area because it's very high specific heat capacity metal, I believe, is the reason. But regardless, I usually find it to be the easiest metal to cool and the easiest volcano to tame in terms of the heat management inside. But yeah, the rockets in space. These guys are... I could have taken some lessons from this for my own rocket, but yeah, here's the rocket. They're just going to the second planet. Is there a landing station, or are they just gonna go to orbit? I guess they're just going to orbit. Let's see here. What do we got here? Button says I probably will. Yeah, just want to clean up some spaghetti and finish some projects to keep the intent more clear. No worries. That sounds good. Looking forward to it. I'll send you mine tomorrow. It took me a lot of tries to get there for the achievement. It's only 300 days though. No worries. Yeah, please send it in. That'll be cool. Well, next Friday we'll do another feature. William says I built a thermal sensor to keep the water cool. Oh, I saw that. I forgot to mention it. The thermal sensor was right beside it. So the thermal sensor is connected to the water coming from the cool slush, which is, yeah, cool slush here and a cool slush. There's another cool slush somewhere. It's right here. And then it's set to 30 degrees. So the more water comes in, the hotter it gets. Really, it's a really interesting, I guess. It's like a way to get it online and get the aluminum going, so you have access to it, because obviously it's adequate for a very long time. Like, I know you're only on cycle 54, but it's the fact that it's working and allows you to get some metal out of it is pretty good. Offset says I have no the rate at which captures the steam and that's regards to the volcano. Aluminum has a high thermal conductivity and a high specific heat capacity, so a fair amount of heat can be dumped really fast. The rock is actually an infinite oxygen storage. Really? Oh yeah. Okay. So you're making. I didn't see that part. So you're getting oxygen from, I assume I can't see the rocket right now. I think I have to send it back. Where is the rocket, by the way? Oh, it's in orbit. Right. Let's send it back so it can land. No, it's got a round trip. It's orbiting. Let's send it back to here. Can you land it? How do you land this thing? I forgot how to, like, are they already there? Oh, they're already there. Okay, sorry, chat. I was just losing it here. So let's see. The infinite storage is you're pumping oxygen in, and oh yeah, okay, I see. You got the thing here. I thought you had compartments on your rocket that carried extra oxygen. I gotcha. So basically, the bionic duplicants can stay in here forever as long as they got a gunk extractor, and yeah. Okay, cool. I gotcha. That's actually a really good idea for having bionic duplicants in the rocket. But one thing that kind of annoys me, I don't know why, but I remember from my Super Duper Dreamland playthrough, all the duplicants like to hang out in the friggin' rocket. Like, why? It becomes so annoying after a while. Easiest metal to cool by a mile is gold because it has a tiny specific capacity, has no heat to remove in the first place. Yeah, gold is also super easy. Actually, all of the starting volcanoes are pretty easy to deal with. The rocket is also a great haul. Well, this one's a mess haul. You may have forgot to send me the great haul variant or something. Oh, because it's probably because of this. It's probably because of this garbage on the ground. Is it? The great haul requirement is. Anyways, maybe the core. What could it be? I don't know. No, but that's really impressive, William. I enjoy looking at your speedrun builds. It's interesting that this hasn't been crushed by meteors yet. Size, I think. Take a look. So for Great Hall, you need 32. This is 31. All right, so yeah, it's a size issue. Yeah, so a cycle 53, it's a 55 rocket or 53, I think it was when I first started. You got the you got your volcano tamer there, and a whole bunch of. I like this. I like the Hydra. The Hydra's pretty cool, and it's an infinite storage down here. 330 kilograms of oxygen for your bionic duplicants. So that is pretty cool. Lad suits for everyone. Could just remove the corner tile in the infinite story if it's just one tile you need. No lizard needed. By the way, William, are you going to melt this rocket? Let's see. Well, if I remove this, this doesn't work. If I remove this, this breaks. This one you need for the mess hall, I think, the table. I suppose. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, I forgot to put the sanitizer in my rocket as well. No lizard needed. No, not going to melt it. Remove the airflow tile. Which airflow? This one? This one will break that. Oh, this one. Right? Okay, there we go. Sorry, Chad. I just hit the mic. No, you were right, Bunaseg. I wasn't. It takes me a while sometimes to clue in. But yeah, you were right. I read the message and I was just confused at the corner one. All right, so yeah, this is I'm looking forward to the cycle 100 one, William. But yeah, this is really cool. A carbon dioxide cycle 53 rocket. There you go. Can we move on from this one, William? We got one more for tonight. Anything else you want to show off before we load the next one? The next one's on a non-spaced out. That's it. I'll compose the 100 cycle one later. Where's William getting the water? Oh, good question, Offset. So this asteroid has so much water. So we have a cool slush geyser here, another cool slush geyser here. So two side by side. I don't drink Eska. Oh no. All right. Well, it's okay. That's all right because I have to reload the game anyway on non-spaced out. It's wild having it all done in Cycle 56, to be honest. Yeah, it is. It's pretty impressive. Let's just reload the game here. Yeah, so there's a lot of water on that asteroid Offset. That's the same asteroid that I'm doing my super duper wetland playthrough on. So if you're interested, you can get the seed right from my this description of the YouTube video. La Croix has flavorings though. I have never heard of that. I get my water from drinking Coke. Coke is pretty good. Not gonna lie. Okay, so I just had an update on a mod. I'm not gonna entertain that right now. Let's switch over to. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna make a non-background transition screen at some point. It's just this is the last load of the game, so So you have to use a water sieve to clean it. Yes, if you want to use the water for anything that doesn't require polluted water, you have to use a water sieve. That was he was using the water sieve on that one as well. The 2 water sieves will so each water sieve only filters a half a packet of liquid at a time. So you need 2 water sieves to keep up with 10 kilograms of liquid. And each water's and each electrolyzer I think takes 1,000 grams of water, or like I think off the top of my head. Let's load the game and see, and I can more accurately give you these numbers. Okay, so now we're doing Kubuman. Let's do Kubuman. I don't think Kubuman is here tonight. If you are here, Kubuman, I don't think I caught you, but I'm gonna load up your email here. Yeah, so it doesn't. Bunny Sykes says that doesn't necessarily have to be sustainable from the get-go. That's also true. That's also very true. You don't have to have it sustainable just yet. And plus, he has a lot of water stacked up. Sorry, a lot of oxygen stacked up. So you could technically like run out of water temporarily and still have a lot of oxygen to use. Why did they make it so hard to rename a colony? It should be like a mod for that, no? Okay, hopefully we have no. So let me just read the email. What Gooby Man has to say. Go back a little bit here. Okay, so there's no context to the email. So it must have been from the just last weekend stream. So we're gonna just try to go see and know what's going on. So this is the incident. It's titled. It's called the incident. They do have a petroleum boiler here, which is kind of cool. I love the step petroleum boilers. I think they're super cool and super fun to see. So this is where the game picks off. Let's take a look at what's happening here. The petroleum or oil is coming in from an oil well. So this is all in the bottom of the asteroid, I suppose. And it goes through a water valve, which reduces the flow rate to 6.7 kilograms per second. And then it starts to cool down. It starts to cool down the petroleum, but it starts to heat up the oil. If we take a look at the relative temperature here, we can kind of see just how this is working. Same as any other petroleum boiler, essentially, just doing a heat exchange. That's pretty cool. And it's super easy. The step ones are super duper easy. Take up about the same amount of space, if not a little bit less, than the one I'm currently using. And then of course they're getting the heat from the magma down here. So they built into the magma and using the diamond window tiles with automation sensor. Okay, that was my first yawn of the night. Not doing too bad. Pretty good with the yawn so far. So the automation sensor is tied to the thermal sensor at the top of the petroleum boiler at 405. And then, yeah, just increases heat on demand. Oh, I guess my mod got deleted or just disabled, so I can't function that. So let's see. Sorry, chat. Let's see here. Can I just use pools of water? Yeah. Can you use pools of water? Yes, of course. That's totally viable when you're, as you were saying earlier, you don't have to have it. You don't have to have it sustainable from the get-go. You can always work on that later. Question: is there a way to rename specific asteroids in a save? Is there a way? I've never done it. Oh, this is the vanilla, so I'm not even sure. Oh, I really miss this, by the way. This was always really cool. Brings back a lot of memories from there's the tear from the old days of Avani. I don't know if anyone can answer that for Foamy. Foamy was asking, is there a way to rename specific asteroids in a save? I'm not exactly sure, Foamy. I physically went into the file editor, made a copy, different name, but in a game it doesn't show up at all. It's so weird. What if you go to your clay folder, you take your file, because you know how you have to migrate the files if you add a new one. I don't know if you're aware of that, but if you put your save that you want to rename, like this is how, for instance, when I got this save from Google, my Google Drive, it was just named it was just named the 2026 incident. I added Kubiman in there just so I knew whose asteroid it was when I loaded it. But I kept the original name after. So I put that into my saves folder, and then when it migrates over, it automatically puts it into its own separate folder, and it keeps the file name. So perhaps you can do it that way. Does that make sense? Like, take it out of its original folder, just put it one folder ahead into the saves folder without the actual save files folder. And then you can rename it from there. Then once you reload your game, it'll ask to migrate that file, and it should work in that way. So hopefully that works. I think it should work. Anyways, let's keep running this as I get into the off the look for mods, I guess. You can know on better practice makes perfect. Does anyone have any idea how they build the spike that far into the lava? Yeah, so you can get your duplicants. Let me see if I can demonstrate. I haven't done this in a minute, so I might mess this up, but let me get this going really quick here. Yeah, I guess a bunch of mods disabled after that crash, but whatever. Can they even come here? No, this is not reachable. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it with the water, I guess. The water at least is accessible. So trying to remember how to do this. The chat might know a lot better than me. I kind of want to enable sandbox just so I can speed this up a little bit. So let's just do sandbox for now. Did I unplug my mic? Okay, so I'm pretty sure if you were to build in this sequence, so you build. No, that's wrong because that gets lava on top. If you build like that, then you can get your duplicant to build like down on an angle. How would you go in here? Oh, okay. Then you could delete, build. I might be doing this like totally wrong, by the way. I hope that the chat can correct me. But how do I keep going down? I forgot how to do that. Do I go like... I guess they can build this because they can... Oh, then it overflows. So it's not that. I can only imagine someone's already has the right answer in the chat. So I would probably... Okay, that's not going to work. I have to build a wall. Like you can build so that you can destroy this corner here with a duplicant, and then you can rebuild it. So you can use that to your advantage. But I'm just not remembering the sequence of how to do this. Like you can build this one. And then yeah, I'm just it's something like that. They fixed that bug already. William is saying, but yeah, that's just how long since I've done that. Like I can't remember exactly how to do it, but it's something to do with the sequence that you can't break the middle. Couldn't you break the middle? Well, if you break the middle, let's see what happens. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you break the middle, this would still be here. Then you can build this one. Then you can... Okay, so now so the middle... Once you break the middle, you can build two down. But how do you build this one? Like this is... Okay, this is what I would do. Let's see, here's another idea. What if you went like this, and you just kept building in this, like a diagonal direction here? Because then you could just keep deleting this, build. Oh, sorry. Build. Sorry, that wasn't supposed to be there. I'm clicking all over the place. Then you could delete, build, build. Oh man, I'm so. It's been so. The sequence is just, I don't know. It's been so long. The save name I can change, but the name under the cycle counter. Oh, you mean this one? I don't know if there's a way to do that. Then I think you might have to get an editor. Roozle doozle. Fair enough. I'm too careful. It seems. Just vacuum above the magma, says Kevin. When accessing, I thought they fixed that bug already. I have no clue. Offset says, I have no clue. I was thinking to build the corner, build to the corner, but it's only too wide, so it definitely just ate the magma. I mean, yeah, you could just keep sending your duplicates in there. They would eventually get it done and just keep sending them to triage, I suppose. Sorry, by the way, Kuba Man, if you're watching this, I'm sorry we haven't even... I've been on your Asteroid for like 20 minutes, and we've been trying to... figure out how you built that. So if you watch the VOD, please leave a comment. I totally forgot how you'd have to do this, to be honest with you. They have temp shift plates here as well. I put this here. Abyssalite, that was from digging it out. A bunch of obsidian. Just build a ladder, wear a suit, and bear the heat. Just might be that. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Let's put Steve in here. What if we told Steve that he has to build what do we have here? Some obsidian. Let's say we told Steve to build an obsidian tile. How would Steve fare? Oh, whoops. Okay. So yeah, they can totally do it. Like, look, Steve is doing just fine. No, look, he's doing just fine. He can totally do that. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I mean, I think he's spending a little bit too long in here. He could probably do it with getting out. But come on, you can do it. Stop being so slow. It was bound to happen. Wear a friggin' suit. There was no suits available. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you can totally get three. You can totally get three tiles made without an Atmos suit. So imagine how much you could do with the Atmos suit, right? So Kevin says, call the dupe police yourself, or they will charge you. Ethan plays as diabolical. Well, there was no Atmos suit available for Steve, so Steve died in the name of science to figure out how many tiles he could build before it goes too hot. You never want to see a dupe below half health. They'll turn into slugs and not be able to escape the hazard. Well, okay, so again, so 4 tiles with no Atmos suit. All right, so with an Atmos suit, we can probably multiply that by like 5. Who had it worse, Gizmo or Steve? Well, Steve's death was very quick and painless, I feel like. Gizmo's, unfortunately, was a long, arduous process of having, like, basically arthritis throughout his entire body, because Gizmo had no lubrication for the longest time, for, like, many cycles. And he just couldn't make it back to get oxygen. Well, okay, it wasn't painless. I would agree with you there, Kevin, but... I would also argue that it was fairly quick. You know what I mean? Like, for all things considered, it was only a couple. It wasn't even a full cycle long. Like, Gizmo went for a long time with basically full-on arthritis, having no joint movement whatsoever. So, and by the way, I told Steve to come out, but he just wouldn't go fast enough. So. He acclimated after the first block. Okay, so sorry, Kuba Man. Let's take a look at the rest of your base here. So, quite a substantial. I wish you were here to talk about it, but just anyway, just leave stuff in the comments for us, and maybe we can revisit it as well if you're watching the VOD. All right. So anyways, he's got solar panels set up. With a crusher, by the way. This is really cool. So this is an alternative to robo miners, just in case. Yeah, Hey, what's up, Richard? What's going on Twitch? Thank you for joining. I told Steve to get out. I did. All right, I did. You actually made a video about this 10 months ago. I just found it. I did make a video. It's been. I will tell you this. 777. Sorry, 771. It was 10 months ago since I last did it. So I probably made the video and then haven't done it since. But I remember the video. Actually, I do remember the video. It was with regards to the geothermal. I think it was the geothermal video where I did that. Unfortunately, Steve doesn't speak English. By the way, thank you for joining tonight. 777 771 D-Night. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the geothermal. Yeah, no English for Steve. How does Steve not speak English, but he has an English name? Oh, Midnight. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Well, thank you for joining, Midnight. Appreciate you being here, and thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, I might have to call HR. So yeah, Kubaman's using a rock crusher here. So let me just kind of show off how this works. Put a bunch of these guys here. It's different than the robo miners, which would just mine everything. You don't need as much space here. The rock crusher just crushes everything. Really, really convenient. I like the infrastructure set up for the space. Got a robo miner here to dig all this out, so no crusher here. They are using so the space scanner. I don't know. Does the space scanner get hot? Oh, because it's getting hot because of this. I was gonna say, I usually don't find the space scanner gets hot, but this one, the debris is dropping right on top, so that makes sense. And this one, obviously, oh, gotta sneak. I just had like an overwhelming sensation to sneeze, and and didn't come out. Oh my goodness. Steve speaks Minecraft. This base is huge. What's the power lines look like? Good question. So let's take a look. So here's an overview of the power lines at a far glance. Looks like most of the action's happening in here. This is all just connected stuff. There are some yeah, it looks like this is an isolated circuit here. So there's a couple different circuits going on. The power lines are pretty clean, and for the most part, I mean, there's not too much crisscrossing. It looks pretty nice. So I think what the big benefit from here is that all the duplicants are like it's not a base like my base would be, where it's all enclosed and you have to sort of manage a bunch of different circuits within a very small space. Everything is very appropriately spread out. It looks like there's a lot all over I like the power transformers, by the way. Here's the Kubaman's power transformers and the cooling to go along with it. Love your content, dude. Been watching your YouTube content for a while to help me. Awesome. Thank you so much, Richard, for your very nice feedback. Thank you so much for coming by and letting me know. I'm glad that you've been enjoying. There's a lot more to come, so appreciate you coming by. What's the giant room of transformers? William says, seriously, why? I wish Kubaman was here to answer, but oh, duplicants have died. That's Steve, unfortunately. So yeah, maybe Kubaman can maybe we can revisit this once Kubaman is here. I'll email him and tell him to view the VOD and give us some perspective on what's going on here. But yeah, it looks really cool. I kind of like it. I mean, I would probably go a little bit above and beyond and maybe put some pink back here. Some pink. Oh, there we go. Some pink wallpaper. That would look pretty sick. Kind of like that. Transformers don't have power runoff. Bonus says, how does that work, by the way? Send in sending in bases with mods that you aren't using, it might break a lot of stuff when it gets loaded in. Sometimes it does. If the mod is more visual, or if it's more like if it's not pertinent to the game function, then it's usually like, for instance, if you send in a mod and you're using like something like, let's say, a steam turbine as a mod, and I don't have it installed, it just won't appear. It just won't work. Therefore, so let's see. So yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Sometimes it is a big deal, and sometimes it crashes right away. But usually it's okay. Transformers don't have power runoff, so it's free heat, but they're cooling it. Therefore, free power. Oh, I see what you're saying. So they're getting the... Oh, okay. They're using the conductive panels to take the heat into here. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. I remember this now. If you're watching Kuba Man, now I remember you talking about this. Interesting build. Richard says, I picked you because you were the most handsome Ani teacher. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate it. Williams asks again, why? You get free power elsewhere. Transformers do hold a battery charge, although small. Sure, but as a counterpoint, it's funny. All right, that's that's a legit reason, I think. I mean, it's certainly interesting. I have to admit, it is pretty cool. Maybe worthy making a video on how to get free power in Ani. Free infinite power. Top tips for top tips for Ani mid game 2026. Free power. Yes, bonus seg. Yes, exactly. You can do whatever tickles your fancy. That's what I love about the game. Absolutely amazing. And something like this is super. Like I would never guessed I would see a build like this. Like it is very cool in that regard. So might as well use Petroleum duplication technique. What's the Petro? Hey, what's up, Skip C? What's in the Petroleum pachinko? What's that mean? By the way, if you're just joining, this is they're extracting heat from these power transformers. This is not my asteroid. We're doing a viewer submission asteroid, and they're getting heat, free heat from the steam turbine, which is giving you free power. Typical infinite tutorial: 1 free power, requirement to start power. Yeah, I'll have to make a video with one of those like what's it, like this the shocked face. How to get free power in Ani? No, but in all seriousness, this is pretty cool. I mean, I would have never thought of something like this. It's interesting. I like interesting things. So I just wish Kubiman was here so they could explain the incident with a little bit more context. But anyways, I'll send them an email to reply to their base, and then hopefully see them on future stream. The way the Petroleum flowed looks like a pinball. Sorry, I am in an ad purgatory right now. You use Escher waterfall and liquid separation to duplicate Petroleum. Interesting. You know what? Never heard of that. Something went wrong here. They definitely really elaborate builds just because I didn't really elaborate builds because I wanted to. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool for sure. I especially like how the tiles are just they built around their neutronomium and have a little water tank there. Well, let's take a look at ventilation. Seems like there's a lot going on here. So a SPOM, a Rodriguez style SPOM, pumping what's it called? Oxygen to be cooled, and then the cooled oxygen goes into the respective chambers there. Let's take a look at the uptime on these electrolyzers. So the uptime is around 50%, which is not bad. 60% for that one, pretty good for Rodriguez anyway. And then the cooling for the SPOM is 6 degrees Celsius. They got the copper volcano. So again, they're dripping the volcano into. I guess they're not dripping because it's just full on open, but it's going into a steam room here. So exchanging heat with these tiles and the window tile, just creating a little bit of heat. And then what else is there to show off on this one? How's the water going? Got some cooling here, oil cooling for the space infrastructure. Okay, not bad. Yeah, number 2, I'm still doing good. Yeah, this is by far the most. I have to go back and look at my video on how I did that. I know it's like super easy, but for some reason I forgot. I imagine Hydra is 100%. What's the highest in a Rodriguez? I've never tested the highest in a Rodriguez, Skippy. I imagine this is pretty close to max efficiency. I mean, maybe there's some changes you can make to allow these to go a little bit faster. Maybe put 2 pumps in here or whatever. But yeah, Hydra is 100%. Hydra is 100%. But I like this asteroid, especially like how far it is for a vanilla asteroid. I really miss the vanilla asteroids. They are super cool. It's like pretty much all the research is done, just working on the final little bits of engine. All right, so let's see. I believe that the particular design caps at around 70 to 75% uptime. That sounds about right, Foamy. I guess it depends on how fast you're also vacuuming it out. So 700 grams is usually what I use on a Hydra, or sorry, on a SPOM, on a full Rodriguez. Haven't built the Rodriguez in a minute though. Someone pointed out correctly in one of my videos though that the last time I built the Rodriguez, I mixed up the inlets, or the outlets. I went like this to them, so they don't actually fill correctly, which is a little bit annoying that I did that, but it is what it is, I guess. I just learn from my mistakes and move on. Try not to make them again. But okay, I think we're gonna call it there for the stream. That was the last viewer asteroid. We did I'm an AI thing. We did Williams, and if there's anyone else who'd like to send in an asteroid for next week on Friday, feel free to do that. Again, my email. I should just make this as a clip, because every time I explain it, I could just run it as as like a soundbite. Just email is in the about section of my YouTube, or you can join my Discord by typing in the scuffed code down below, and upload your .save file to my Discord, or send me the email and we can feature your asteroid on the next Friday stream. Every Friday I'll do this. And yeah, that's pretty much it for tonight. I'm not going to be back playing. I will stick around with chat just a little bit. Is anyone watching the Olympics lately? Anyone have anything to comment about the Olympics? If you guys want to take a quick chat. I'm mostly interested in hockey. If anyone wants to talk hockey, if not, that's fine. But go Team Canada, I guess, in the hockey. Wherever you guys are from, I hope that you guys are collecting some medals. Hey, thanks for the follow, Skip C. Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. And yeah, so next stream is on Sunday, the usual time, Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. And we'll be just continuing the rockets of the super duper wetland. hopefully get to some more sky, opening up some more areas in the sky, finding some more planetoids, and getting some more data banks. That's what we're going to be doing. Let's see here. I try not to make them, but sure tend to happen. Thank you for the stream. You are very welcome. Thank you for your follow. Really appreciate it. Offset says, good night, Ethan. Win stream. Thank you so much, Offset. Win chat knowledge, and win chat for hanging out and just being here. I appreciate you guys so much. Bonnie's like, I'm scared that my builds will break upon load. I have a few mods that tweaks game making. Okay, just send me the mods, Boniseg, in your email, and I will install them. I have no problem doing that if you'd like to show something off, or especially if like you're if you were already intent on sending it in. I'll just send me the mods that are sort of integral to your game, and obviously, like, I don't need like visuals or whatever, unless that's integral as well. But yeah, just send me whatever mods. It's fine. Send me a screenshot so you don't have to type them all out. Just take a screenshot and I'll look them up. Good night, everyone, says William, and good night to you as well, or have a great rest of your Saturday, William. Richard says, I'm glad I didn't miss the stream again. Good show. Good night. Thank you so much, Richard, and appreciate you being here. Sean says, thank you for streaming. You are very welcome, Sean. Thank you for always being here and for your support. Chewy says, good night. Good night to you, Chewy. Bonnie Seg says, oh, awesome. Yeah, just send me whatever. No worries. I arrived late, but I always appreciate seeing your updated progress. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone else who came in as well. So yeah, Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern is when I'll be by next. But yeah, so I don't know if anyone else is watching the Olympics, but I'm from Canada and I'm a hockey fan, so FYI, Canada won today, 5-1. So I'm super happy with that. A huge game by Nathan McKinnon and Sidney Crosby and Macklin Celebrini. If anyone's a hockey fan, if your country's playing in the Olympics, I hope they do well. I love seeing a great hockey game. I know that there's a lot more sports going on worldwide. It's mostly, there's a lot more, but I'm mostly about the hockey there. And Connor McDavid, yeah. I mean, it's Connor, he's gonna do well most games. Sorry, let me put the chat this way so I can see you guys. Yeah, Connor McDavid for sure. And yes, it's just a huge game by everyone all around. Logan Thompson was in that today, and Ledden. I mean, it was a tough goal. It was a bad bounce, but I thought he played pretty well, all things considered. And yeah, looking forward to. I don't even know who they're playing next. I think they get a day off. Hockey schedule here. So they play Germany. That's the women's. The women's plays Germany, and then they get a day off. So the next day is February 15th. The men's play France. Oh, poor France to be in Canada's division. Mitch Marner, yes. No, hell yeah, let's go Vegas Golden Knights. Look, I'm from Ontario, so I'm not a Toronto fan, but I'm very aware of the Toronto Maple Leafs culture. I'm a Pittsburgh fan because of Crosby and Marc-Andre Fleury and Evgeny Malkin. No, not even a Senator. I'm a Colorado Avalanche fan. I actually have no loyalty to like the Canadian teams. I'm all about I'm a hockey fan more. I'm a hockey fan before I am like a local teams fan. I just think that the Toronto Maple Leafs, the fans are too crazy here. I just can't stand being in that in that environment. And apparently neither could Mitch Marner. All right. So he had his car jacked in Toronto. He had his house, he was harassed and vandalized. I don't blame him for leaving. And I hope he wins a Stanley Cup. I hope he wins a Stanley Cup in Vegas. So not this year, though. I hope that Colorado wins this year. Bunny Six says, I'll head out. It was fun. Thank you so much for coming by. Yeah, the content, the Omni content is over for tonight, guys. So if you'd like to head out, I don't. It's totally cool with me. But yeah, good night to everyone if you're heading out. I just want to talk a little bit of hockey here for those of you who do like hockey. The ultimate rarity, a person who's into sports, not the teams. Yes, that is very, very rare. I grew up watching, so I grew up in the era of like Matt Sundin and not Wendell Clark. I wasn't there for that era. I'm not that old, but the Matt Sundin and Cujo era. And coincidentally, the Avalanche just had a really good team at that time too. They had Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Ray Bourque, Rob Blake, Adam Foote, Patrick Waugh, like this whole friggin' lineup of all-stars. They've always been my team. And then Pittsburgh has always been my team from the East because of Sidney Crosby and Marc-Andre Fleury. I've known Marc-Andre Fleury since he was in the QMJHL, and I've known Sidney Crosby since he was with the Rimouski Oceanic. So, not personally, but like of them. So I've always liked them. I've always liked watching them. Good night. See you next Sunday. Yes. Oh, sorry. See you Sunday. See you Sunday on VooV2. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. Yeah. And by the way, hello to you, Demon Works. Appreciate you being here. Yeah. So I'm not I'm not loyal to any team, especially not when the fans around the team that I'm surrounded with are just like absolutely crazy. I'm sorry to say that, but like Toronto fans literally lost Mitch Marner because of how they acted. Like I talked about this last stream as well. Good night, Kevin. Good night all before I miss anyone. Yes, that's Kevin. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just about to end the stream. I just want to talk some hockey and Olympic hockey with those of you who are interested. If not, that's okay. Feel free to leave. I'm not going to be doing any more gameplay. See ya, Ruzzle Doozle. Appreciate you coming by. Yeah, the game's just running in the background, so there's something going on, but I won't be doing any more Oni tonight. So I talked about this last time I talked about hockey too, but the fans in Toronto, when we had Kawhi Leonard in 2019, when the Raptors won, the free agency period where Kawhi was like, "Oh, is he gonna re-sign or is he not?" No one knows. We were following him around in a helicopter. Like, just imagine that. Who wants to play here? Like, give me a break. I mean, now Kawhi was never intent on staying anyways, but it's crazy. Skipsy says, I'm kind of a Maple Leafs fan for my East team, but man, their fans are insufferable when I try to talk to them. And that's just it, Skipsy. I want Toronto to do well because I'm from the area. I would love to see Toronto win the cup because I want to be part of that celebration. Just when when the Raptors won. That was friggin' awesome. Like, I'm a basketball fan. That's my second favorite sport. I don't watch basketball because I don't have enough time, but I do watch hockey and the playoffs especially. But yeah, it's just like you can't talk to a Leaf fan in a logical way most of the time. And I'm sorry, like if there's dedicated Leaf fans, but from just my personal experience, like you cannot convince Leaf fans that often that their team is in the wrong. That's not to say that all of them are like that. It's just they're very passionate, and the media is what really drives them to be like. It's the media that gets them all riled up. Oh, this is the year, like this and that. It's like, no, guys, you lost the best player. Like for years, for like 3 or 4 years in a row, people have been bitching about Mitch Marner not getting it done in the playoffs, and they would go to his house and like harass him. He had his Land Rover or Range Rover stolen on the 40 friggin' 1 or whatever, the 404. I forgot what highway it was on or whatever. He was like an on-ramp or something. Although that wasn't a hockey fan. I'm pretty sure that was just car thieves. But anyways, the point is that that's some cat hair again. The point is that like we drive the best players out. Like everyone says, oh, Mitch Marner's crap. Well, guess what? He puts up 100 points and he's one of the best defensive players in the league. Now, when he plays on a team like Vegas that has all these other studs, like star players that can all pitch in, and the environment is very relaxing to play in. They do very well. Like look at Jack Eichel. Went from Buffalo, he hated it there, to Vegas, won a Stanley Cup, just like that, before McDavid. Again, their team was very good, but you know, it's like where you play really matters. And I think Matthews is just, I think he's had it too. I don't think Matthews is going to stay. I wouldn't be surprised if Matthews leaves to free agency. Yeah, I think he will win a cup. Not like I said. I hope not this year. I hope this is the Avs year to win a cup, because they just have such a good team. And actually, the Avs are in a very tough division right now, because they have Dallas to contend with ironically, Miku Rantanen. I'm sorry. And then Minnesota just got one of the Hughes brothers. Like, holy shit, like they got a stacked friggin' division. Sorry for swearing there, but like that's gonna be like one of those teams is going out in the first round. That's crazy to think about. By the way, don't even get me started on the playoff divisions matchup. That's garbage. It should go back to one versus 8, 2 versus 7, etc. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous to how. Yeah, they do get overlooked. I mean, this year has been an anomaly because they started so hot, but their division is just absolutely loaded, and Minnesota has loaded up, and so has Dallas. Like, they are in tough. One of those 3 teams is going home in the first round, though. Like, just think about that for a second. You have 3 potential Stanley Cup favorites in the same division, albeit Dallas and maybe Minnesota aren't as high up as Colorado, but they're still favorites. Like, they're within the top like 5 on most people's list, I would say, and they're definitely all within the top 10 or top 8. But you know, you have 3 of very potential Stanley Cup favorites, and one of them is going home in the first round. That's crazy. Why is it like that? That's something is not right there. But they should just go back to 1 to 8, 2 versus 7, etc. But anyways, I'm looking forward to the Canada and France matchup. I really think that France is, well, I mean, what can you do about Canada at that point, right? Like, I know these preliminary games are just sort of, they're kind of like wash games. There's like one team in each division that's just meant to go forward or whatever. Because again, it wouldn't make sense to have some of these teams make it to the qualifying rounds, right? It's like it should be the best that make it. So it's the same in the NHL playoffs. Why are there like bottom seed teams making it to the second round? They should get knocked out in the first round. That's the whole point of getting to the top 1, 2, 3, 4, is so you have home ice advantage and you're playing the lowest ranked teams in the conference. But no, now you have Minnesota against Dallas in the first round. Or if one of those 2 teams that happens to win the division, it'll be Minnesota against Colorado or Dallas against Colorado. It's like, why is it like that? I don't know. Anyways, that's my hockey rant. Again, good luck to France tomorrow. Sorry, not tomorrow, but the next day. And good luck to the Canada women's team as well. If anyone wants to talk hockey, I love my hockey, so I'm always up for a chat. Thank you so much, Skipsy, for sticking around and just hearing my little bit of a rant there. But yeah, I'm really excited for the Olympics. Hopefully, Canada does well. And anyways, that's gonna be it for tonight. Again, Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll continue the Super Duper Wetland. And it'll be a lot of fun. We'll do a lot of rocket missions, get some more data banks, open up more of the star map, and hopefully get the big Petroleum rocket research so we can really start getting into deeper into space and get the playthrough into the later, like the second half of the playthrough, and almost get finished up. We're still gonna be like 1,000 cycles from finishing it, but at least we're getting really up there now. All right, so good night, everyone. If you're still here, appreciate it. And I will see you on Sunday night if you're Oh, by the way, to all my Canadian friends, happy Family Day long weekend as well. Don't know if there's a long weekend anywhere else in the world, like the US or whatever, but happy Family Day long weekend, and I will see you Sunday.